more time you can have close to market, getting market feedback, talking to, selling something, the better. So if you can only spend 25% of your time building a product and 75% doing sales and marketing, that's better than doing 75% development and 25% sales and marketing. So this is, a critical concept that you got to talk to people. The more you can do it, the better.
Students came by, submitters came by to the build yesterday at the Bayard Institute, and about half of those that submitted had very little to no development skills. And they said that their challenge was to find someone who could develop the app for them. So this age of low-code and no-code application platforms democratizes everyone's ability to innovate. And I think that makes a contribution to every industry and to each person, as an individual that wants to solve problems. So business people, analysts, leaders, all kinds of different people that are problem solvers and are in a position of leadership can bring about a change. So the winner, Chuck, can you put up the next screen when you have a chance? The last screen. Once we configured the application to resemble the discovery process that we did with the submitter and the design phase, we hit build and we created the application. You'll see in the next slide, you'll see the resulting application, the screenshots from the web and mobile app together. And so, here's something very significant. We had a couple of co-ops work with us at Graphite.
You want me to go hit the next button?
Yeah, thanks. And so I'd like to recognize Abby Kohler. Is Abby here? Abby, okay, please stand up for a second. Abby is the one that took the lead on building the app. Also on his team was Daniel Yoon. Is Daniel here? Daniel didn't quite make it here today. Okay, and then at Graphite, they were supervised by Nitin Chabra, who did a fine job in orchestrating the build process and the build event yesterday. And our senior technical sponsor on this is Matt Malucci. Is Matt here? Thank you, Matt. Thank you very much. Chris, oh, I'm sorry, there's the app. So this is an awesome app. I can't wait to use this. I literally, on Halloween, didn't have enough candy earlier in the day because I had eaten some prior. I eat the Kit Kat bars out of the pile. So I'm walking outside to get some. This is really happening. My neighbor's going to the store to get some. I asked him what he's doing, and I said, it's a shame you don't use the app, grab some. And he actually went and got candy for me. And it's a practical idea. Now for students, they can earn tips because who wants to be the one that's always the one getting everything for everyone else? So the balance is that they could earn tips, just like Uber and Lyft for making use of existing assets, people's automobiles. Now you're making use of trips to the store. If it's for caretakers of other people, you can have an economy. Hit a button, I'm going to 7-Eleven, I'm going to Acme. You click the button, send, and they send back, hey, can you grab some milk, bread, whatever. And for people in a suburban neighborhood, if you're not into getting tips, you could donate to the charity of your choice. There's a great balance here in how this was thought out, and I think there's a place for it. The person who submitted the winning app is Steve Earth. Is Steve here? Hi, Steve. Stand up for a second. Thank you very much. So we judged every submission off of paper I did a little bit of research ourselves to see what was unmet, what was important, and maybe trends in sustainability, trends in convenience, trends in curating assets or processes. And this checks the box for several of those. And so that's how we selected our winner. And now, as a result, Graphite is going to support this effort for 1 year with an application development licenses and a deployment license, along with our professional services help to get this off the ground and give it a chance to become a real concern. And that'll happen over the next year with the supervision of Chuck Sacco. Chuck, we wanted to thank you for having us at the at Drexel, hosting the event.
You're welcome, Byron. Thank you. Actually, any questions for anyone in the audience?
That's a great idea.
Byron, can you repeat the question?
The question is, would it be best if Abhi could talk to the process and add his point of view? Come on up, Abhi.
Go ahead, Byron.
Thank you.
Hey guys, so let me start by saying my major is electrical engineering. So personally, I don't know how to code. It's not my wheelhouse. So when I first started with Graphite, I came in, with no knowledge on how to make a web application, a mobile application. Took 6 months, and I take some confidence in saying that I could now make a web application. Big thing for me. With regards to GrabSum, I think it really speaks to the process of how things are done at Graphite, or how things should be done in general while making a web application, which is the SDLC process. So for any new business, new entrepreneurship idea, if you want something like a web application, the best idea is to go through and think about all of the use cases, which is what we do on a daily basis at Graphite. You're going through, all right, I've got a user, what do I want them to do? How do I want them to go through the application? And then the beauty of Graphite is that entire visual representation that you have on the workflow or the user flow, it just transfers over beautifully into building the application. And that in its entirety is what I attribute to the fact that we were able to build the application in 5 hours. We had our functional specification that talked about what the user is doing. We had an idea on what entities, what classes, in more software terms, we want, and all the behaviors we want to accomplish. And based on that knowledge that we were able to build out in the previous 10 days, we built out an application within the day. And that was just, sublime. Of course, I've built it, so I'll definitely say that it's a great application. It works really well. It smooths. It's really smooth. But I hope to see this application out and for people to use it over the next year and probably more, and really get to enjoy the really cool idea from Steve. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Byron, a question.
Yes.
So when we set up the application for the challenge, can you talk about the types of questions that we asked? And how many of them were technical questions?
It was over 3 weeks ago. It was a long time ago. What were some of the questions that we asked?
But there were no technical questions.
Oh, there were no, yeah.
No?
There were no technical questions. It was all about the idea, the concept, the problem domain to solve, how you would go about solving it. They were non-technical concepts, and that's really what you're doing from the top down. You're trying to have an impact.
And then how did you whittle down from the 17 or so applications to select Steve's?
Yeah, what we looked at was, does this solve something important? Is it important enough for someone to use the application? Does it have value for them? What's their experience and outcome? Is it largely unmet? Is it feasible? Are there any challenges? Data, like where do you get the data from, or how would you connect to another application? Is it accessible? We can connect, but is it accessible? Is there competition? Are there large players that are better suited for it, but still have not acted on it yet? That was a plus and a minus, depending on how you looked at it.
And certainly, if there were more complexities, those could be added later. So if there are integrations, other databases, so forth,
Sure.
right, that's something that can be added later. So that's not an inhibitor, but to get something done very quickly as an MVP, try to get some of those basics.
Yeah.
Right?
It was an exciting process, and we scored it objectively that way. And then we reached out to students after we selected. And so it was a completely blind submission, just like you would apply to a music school behind a curtain. And it was a wonderful process. I tell you, the spirit that we saw for these submissions were phenomenal. You're all thinking in terms of opportunities to make something better. And you're thinking in terms of what that impact is for those people that are using the applications and the solutions that you're building. So there's a great spirit and a great culture here. And we're proud to hopefully be contributing to this from now on.
Steve, with your idea, and don't put you on the spot, but any comments, anything that you'd like to talk about? Come on up a second if you can. Grab a mic, that way the live stream can hear you.
Everybody, we welcome Steve Earth.
First, let me just say I feel very honored to have been chosen to have the app idea be developed, and I'm actually super anxious to actually see what it can do. I mean, I think originally, when we were talking, I was like, well, my focus is on being a student and not so much on entrepreneurship, but now I actually see some of these screenshots. I'm like, well, I'm really excited to use this and see this get developed. I do have I don't know if I'd call it a technical question, but sort of a broader question about how it was developed and sort of the philosophy. So for apps that are developed in this sort of low-code environment, how well does it support sort of the fluidity of this modality? So if it turns out later, like, oh, can you see any situations in which they would need to move upwards and get more technical? Or perhaps something that already got developed in a technical way, could it transition down to something low-code?
I can answer that.
Okay.
So in terms of the technical capability, we actually used graphite to build graphite. So I don't think there's any restriction on what it can build. One of the things, like Mel mentioned, in the 90s, there were a lot of low-code, so to speak, systems. You were tied into them. If you found that it couldn't do, let's say, 10% of your work, you were kind of stuck. So we identified that as a big problem when we started building graphite. So what graphite gives you is the capability to go outside, build whatever you want, and then consume it inside graphite. So we have never, ever faced a situation where a client or a user said, oh, I hit this part where I can't use graphite. That's just not possible. One of the key things about graphite that's very important to notice is, especially what Mel and Omar talked about, was when we have the app, you have the GrabSome app built. Let's say some investment company is interested in giving seed money. Generally, what startups do is they rewrite it the right way, because they just did it to get money, and a lot of people think getting money is the win, instead of the end goal is actually bringing value to somebody that uses this product for their need. With GrabSome, you will never be in that situation. You either, if your app is completely done, you can use the money for marketing and all the other important things that make the product successful, not just coding. And so those are the two things that hopefully, I mean, I know the first one I answered the question, I just piled on the second bit, but hopefully that answered your question.
You can imagine that the initial application here is rudimentary. It just has to work to be able to meet users' expectations that more and more people would want to use it. So right now, it messages, I'm going to these stores, and people can message back, and it curates the list and makes it easy for payments even. Even if you specify this was $219 and $482, and payments occur. All this is done in this application. But it could get more and more complex as you want to expand and accelerate into larger and larger markets, larger volumes of people. Because imagine being able to get the SKUs from those vendors, being able to shop on those or make use of existing shopping sites. Just use your imagination about what you could do and you can explore. And the connectivity is still something that you can do with graphite. There's an unlimited potential that you have in having this grow and become something. So I hope that answers your question.
Steve, another key thing is, let's say 10 years from now, the current languages all go out of style, and you have maybe you have a newer language to support quantum computing because GraphSum has millions of users. The advantage that graphite brings to you is that you don't have to sit and rewrite it. If traditional, you have to sit and rewrite a lot of stuff. Whereas here, you would just get that latest version of graphite that's been released 10 years from now, open the same project and push build. And all of a sudden, your technology is the latest. So that's a key thing. I think that answers one of your questions. What happens as technology?
Very exciting process.
Okay,
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you very much. Okay, good. I knew he was going to get bitten by that entrepreneurial bug. I knew it. All right, so are there any questions? Yes.
So my question is, with graphite, what are the steps you're taking to avoid stifling creativity? Because I would imagine if you're hiring a coder to create your ad or design it because you want a specific look to your ad. So I was wondering, with graphite, does that have any limitations?
Yeah, that's a great question. So behind the scene, graphite generates HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And all those components are accessible to you even while you're building your product. So for example, the theme that you see here, let's say you decide, that's not really my kind of app, I want to make it look different. You can go into that outside of graphite, you can go into the CSS style sheets. I don't know if you're familiar with that, right? CSS. Okay, so there are these design elements. You can go and change them completely. So, and the same thing goes for multi-language. You can build this app in English, and within 10, 15 minutes, you can have it available in any other language. So out of the box, there are 15 themes, and then you can add any number of these themes to get your design elements in.
Although we have time for just one more question, you're all welcome to come to graphitegtc.com, download a trial of the application, and look at some of the content that we have, particularly on technical debt and other topics. Scan the site, you'll get a lot of answers to your questions then too. So we have time for one more question. Yes? Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Let me. I'll do a Phil Donahue. Oh, they don't know who Phil Donahue is. Wow, I did graduate in '84. Yes.
My question's for Steve. So, assuming that you want to change and grow your business over time, what is the value you see in graphite and being able to make those changes on your own, opposed to needing someone else?
Well, I haven't coded in 37 years. And I went online, downloaded Graphite, built the simple interest calculator, and it works, and it's great, and I did it pretty quickly, and to this day, I still have not written a line of code. And I used to be an embedded assembly developer, but I haven't coded in 37 years. anyone that has not coded can use this application if you're a problem solver. Yes? What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, I mean, I think the biggest effect that graphite's having for me right now is this app wouldn't even have a chance of existing without, their support and the contest and so forth. I mean, this is an idea I've had rattling around in my brain for years and never actually got up to doing anything about it. And now suddenly this gives me the opportunity to actually see it exist. And one of the things after I found out I won that I told them right off is like, my goal in life and why I'm here at Drexel is to be a high school teacher. And that was my priority. And I think now with this sort of your support in this low-code environment, even though I actually am a programmer right now, I'm a CS major, but it's not what I wanted to devote my time to. And now I feel like, I can actually still be a high school teacher and do something that's helping to create this app. So I don't have to devote that much time to it. It doesn't have to become my life.
His was a much better answer.
To follow on that point, Stephen, I appreciate those comments. I think we always try to find ways to make entrepreneurship much more accessible to everybody, and certainly to our students. And technology can be a barrier because you have to find a CTO, you have to find a developer, and everything has a tech component today. Even if you're a nonprofit, there's very likely going to be some tech component to what you do. So this lowers the barriers for everybody to approach ideas, to approach entrepreneurship, and to test whether or not this is a viable idea, right? Within a few days, hopefully, you can get something out there and test it with prospective customers, as opposed to spending a year building something and then taking all that time and money to figure the same thing out. So what we're hopeful is that platforms like this lower the barrier of entry for anybody who's interested in launching a new idea. And then obviously here at Drexel, we have the entrepreneurial support resources to help you take that idea forward. So Steve, we should be talking now that you have this, and let's talk about the other resources we have to support the development of the business aspect of what you're thinking about. And the tech has become, tech will always be there, it's always something you have to deal with, but it's much less of an issue at the forefront. Now you can focus on the things that really matter, like, is this something really in the market that people want to use?
Okay, well, thank you. I'm really looking forward to helping the short, really relative short time you have with people too. We can compress that whole cycle. I'm really looking forward to that. So time for prizes. I wanted to reiterate that Graphite GTC has awarded an application development license, a deployment license, and development assistance to help get this effort going through the year, and a $1,000 cash prize went to Steve Earth in addition to that. We have additional prizes from Graphite, and that's for people that have gone to the different sessions and came to the panel discussion, and based on processing all the registrations, there are 4 card winners that we have. A Yutsev Ganarawala. Yutsev?
Not here.
Apparently, they registered and were here a moment ago.
They were here during the first half day.
Okay.
Classes.
And the next on the list is Jackson McKiernan. Okay, Jackson. And the next is Gabrielle Forbes.
Gabrielle.
All right, Gabrielle. And Ava Goldthwait. Very good, thank you. Thank you for attending all the sessions. And until we processed another one off of our HubSpot list, the projector is a prize that Graphite GTC is awarding to the submitters that have attended sessions and came to the panel discussion. And the winner of the projector for their submission is Tanner Thompson. Come on up,
All right,
Tanner.
Tanner.
In fact, yeah, here. Tanner's idea, I thought was a great idea too. It's to help investors and help startups understand the best way to spend that investment, how to prioritize that spend based on history of how investors have made investments, how that money was spent, whether they were invested in, turned down, all of that data, and he's going to make an AI engine that would essentially inform, like new companies as best as possible, the match. And I congratulate you on just a thought process of thinking that through. And I think that's the holy grail of investment.
I would love to see that. That's
Okay, well, we have another meeting coming up after this session, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Take care.
All right, well, I do want to thank everybody today. Byron, Mel, Omar, Chris, thank you. Thank you to the Graphite team. Brian Richforth's here, Brianna, the team from Graphite that worked on this today, Avi, everybody that was so involved in this process over the past few weeks especially and over the past couple of days. So really appreciate you guys' time. Thanks for everything. Anything else, Byron, before we go?
Rasha Gali is the fourth one. Rasha Gali.
Okay.
She also had to go. Okay, well, we'll have to pick someone randomly.
Okay, great.
Thank
So
you.
we are now going to be in a break. The panelists hopefully can stick around for any questions, but we're in a break until 1:30, so we'll see you back at 1:30 for our keynote address, and then 2:30-ish will be the start of the incubator competition, so please come back.
Thank you very much.
On our Hop-In platform, so welcome to everybody that's on the live stream. Really glad to have you here this afternoon. So again, many thanks to all our sponsors, Univest, great annual sponsor for Drexel Startup Fest. So glad to have you guys back again this year. And then this year, Session Guardian, another great sponsor, and then our Graphite team, Graphite GTC team with the work that they did with the No Code Innovation Challenge. Again, thanks again for everyone being here. And then Morgan Lewis, GMS Surgeon, the Klein School of Law, and then Argyle Interactive for our in-kind services for our incubator competition prize winners that we'll be doing later this afternoon. Again, please follow us on social media, tag at La Close School or hashtag StartupFest. Love to see your posts. This afternoon's schedule, so what we have from 1:30 to 2:30, we have our keynote with Robin Thorne. I'll introduce Robin here in a couple of minutes. So we're going to kick off the afternoon with a great talk with Robin. And then our marquee event of the afternoon, the Biata Institute Incubator Competition that's been running for many, many years here at Drexel. And this is really the highlight of Startup Fest. And you're going to hear from 6 students who are presenting their startup ideas and are going to be competing for $25,000 in prizes. While the judges are conferring, we're going to run a game with some of our students called Who Wants to Be an Entrepreneur? Very much like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? We've constructed this game. We did this last year during Startup Fest when it was virtual. It was a lot of fun, so we decided to bring one of these games forward this year, but do it on stage. And then probably around 4:30, give or take a few minutes, we'll announce the winners of the incubator competition. And again, very excited for you guys to see the presentations this year. That's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, with that, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker this afternoon. We're going to do this in an interview format. But we're so pleased and so proud to have Robin Thorne with us. Robin Thorne, Drexel alum, 1997, from the Drexel Chemical Engineering program. Robin's dedicated her career to sustainability work, and that's very much in the theme of Startup Fest this year. It was really around sustainability. This is Drexel's Year of the Climate, and that's where we chose sustainability as our theme this year. Robin is currently the president and CEO of CTI Environmental in Long Beach, California. So Robin came a long way to be with us here, and we're so happy she was able to do that. Her firm, CTI, is an engineering and specialized construction firm whose vision is envisioning a clean world for future generations and providing safe work environments, reducing employer liability. So a great cause. Robin's a great servant of her community, has served her community in several capacities, including participation on the board of the Community Development Branch of Long Beach YMCA, the Sopermist International of Long Beach, American Society of Safety Engineers, American Institute of Chemical Engineers, and the Society of Military Engineers. So again, Robin's great in terms of the service and giving back to her community. And also very interesting, Robin's also the founder of Demo Chicks. And I love that title, Demo Chicks. We're going to hear more about that. But it's a nonprofit to introduce girls to non-traditional careers, including demolition, hence the name Demo Chicks, construction, engineering, architecture, and works to empower women currently working in this field. So I'd like to call up to stage Robin Thorne. Robin. So welcome.
Thank you, Chuck.
How are you?
It's a pleasure to be here.
So glad to have you here.
All right.
Very happy to have you here, Robin. So let's get started. We always like to, when we talk about entrepreneurship, about the origin story. So what's your origin story and what have you been doing since you were here at Drexel?
Okay, origin story. I love this question because it gives me an opportunity to reflect back over my life. Because the person you see sitting before you today is not the person I was before coming to Drexel or the person who walked the halls of Drexel. So you're looking at a girl from Philadelphia who was born in the projects. Actually, when I was born, I lived in Abbotsford. My family moved to Delaware County when I was about 6 years old. My mom was a stay-at-home mom, so I grew up in a very close-knit family. I am the third of 4 children, but for some reason, all my life I've been the middle child. And I think maybe because I was the middle girl. So for all those middle children out there, you know what that means. So when I was 13, my parents divorced, and that just sent my world in a whirlwind. And so what I learned from that, and I didn't realize it till later in life. So my mother was a stay-at-home mom, so after the divorce, she found herself jobless with 4 children to raise. But she didn't miss a beat. So what she did is she started working, she went to school, and so she modeled for me something that I didn't realize would help me in my career. So when I started school, I had a 2-year-old son. I started at community college, and then I transferred to Drexel. And I started my company in 2009. So my mother modeling to me resilience, dedication, commitment, and focus is what helped me get through this really tough engineering curriculum at Drexel.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. That's a wonderful story.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mother's in the audience.
Oh, yes.
So I think it's important to give people
Wait, Mom.
flowers while they're here. I would have her stand up, but she had knee surgery and she might hit me with her cane.
And last night at dinner, we got to meet your wonderful sister, Kim.
Yes.
And that was a good
And
time.
I think there's going to be a reality show after that interaction.
That was good. We had a nice dinner. That was a lot of fun. It was definitely a lot of fun. We'll talk more later about that. So, talk a little bit about your company. So, CTI, what do they do, and how does it fit in the current trends around clean environment, sustainability, energy, so forth?
All right, so at CTIs, we make moves daily. We're a phenomenal firm. Like I said, we're based in Long Beach, California. We originally started as a compliance company, environmental health and safety. So our focus was to assist companies with environmental regulations. And if you're going to do environmental, you want to do it in California. So between California and New Jersey, I think they're the 2 most stringent. So I learned a lot about compliance while working in California. And also, I don't know if you're aware, in 2019, there were 5,000 workplace fatalities. So when we think about sustainability, we think about the environment, but there's also the human component. So it's not just population control, but just preservation of people. So at CTI, what we do is we help other companies like reduce their greenhouse gas emissions, making sure they're not polluting the environment, and we're helping to keep their employees safe.
That's great. Can you tell us a little bit about the formation of the company, how you founded it, and
So which
how you
story
got
do
it,
you
how you
want?
got it started? We read a lot of stories last night, so pick the best
Well,
one.
actually, when I started the company, I had a partner. And the idea was to be able to pursue opportunities for women and minority-owned firms. So it was a great concept, right? Because we had a white male with a 20-year history of a company. So here we had a startup with a 20-year history. But for some of you women who have worked under a white male, not all white males, but this is just an experience, a chapter in the book, the situation didn't play out as in my best interest. So in 2012, I wound up leaving my partner and going out on my own. And at that time, it required me to get my own contractor's license. So in California, I'm a licensed contractor, and we have a hazard endorsement. And so, I always tell people talk to me about entrepreneurship and how I got started. I tell them, don't follow my path, because it wasn't the most traditional path.
But you found your own path.
Oh,
and
I
that's what's
found my
most
own path.
important.
It's pretty amazing, what I've been able to accomplish over these past 12 years. Just having, like my mother, being resilient, being determined, being focused. And once I found the company and I started working as an entrepreneur, I realized that I valued freedom over security.
That's important. So
Yes.
find that thing that's most important to you and
Yes.
be able to take it forward.
Absolutely.
So from where your company is today, maybe talk a little bit about kind of the current status, like how big is it and what's maybe some of the scope of work, and then we'll talk a little bit about where you're planning to go.
Yeah, it's so interesting because when I first started the company, you're meeting with companies, you want to do work, and they'll say, oh, how big is your firm? And when I was with my partner, he had 4 employees, so I could always say, oh, we have 5 employees. And then when I was off on my own, oh, how big is your firm? And it was so hard to say, it's just me. So I would always say, oh, we average around. And then I said, that's just a lie, right? So I started answering truthfully. I said, it's me, however, and I talk about some of the projects that we worked on, and some of the work that we've done. But I'm glad to say that we are in the process, second interviews were this week. So I will say when I get back next week, we'll have 10 employees.
That's great.
So I'm
Fantastic.
really excited about that, and I'm proud to say that. And even when, I got to a point where I could confidently say, it's me. And I talked about my business model. We would partner with professionals in various disciplines to get the job done.
That's great. So looking forward, and especially regarding environmental impact and social responsibility, which is obviously so key and important today, does the future look bright for your company, and how do you really see yourselves working in that space?
Absolutely. The future of my company is almost as bright as these lights that I'm looking into right now. But yeah, we're really excited about the direction we're going in because there's so many opportunities, right? So while we focus on environmental from a hazardous material perspective, like helping companies to choose less toxic chemicals, but there's a whole area that's been untapped by us, which I recognize. And so I actually have someone researching now, how can we do more in the sustainability space? And then as a company internally, we're making sure that we're practicing what we're gonna preach eventually, and be more sustainable in-house. And from a corporate social responsibility, that's my little middle name. That's what I love to do. So we took a group of men through a 40-hour HAZWAPER class. So that positioned them to be able to work on spill response, the wildfires that we have every year. And some of these gentlemen were from the reentry program. So we're out in the community creating opportunities for others. So you'll hear about Demo Chicks, so a new brand that I've come up with is that I'm the chief demo chick, breaking barriers to build passions, dreams, and hopes.
That's great. I love it. I love it.
Kind of cool.
So bring us into your world a little bit with CTI. So maybe a specific type of project, like what's something that you do, and then how does that also tie into environmental safety and that type of impact?
Well, I would say our largest project was demolition of a federal prison out in Boron, California, in the middle of the desert. There were 120 plus structures. We had above ground tanks. I have an awesome video. I should have shared it with you so you can share it with the group. Because people think, they say demolition, wow, explosion. I was like, I have never blew up anything or imploded anything. All of our demo is done with excavators. So it's like an extension of your hands. And so that project, like I said, we had 120 plus structures. All of our construction projects, there's a waste minimization requirement. And we're required to, it was at 60%, and we exceeded that. A couple of ways we did that. We decided to reuse the concrete because there were bunkers and we had to leave the site secure. And so, bunkers as in basements. So we decided to crush the concrete on site and use that to fill in the bunkers. We were able to recycle the asphalt as well as the steel. So we exceeded the goal of 60%, and we finished that project on time with 0 injuries.
That's fantastic. Wow, you must be proud of that.
Yes, absolutely, and that's how Demo Chicks was born. We just can't get away from that Demo Chicks.
I said the Demo Chicks, it's a kind of theme. So before we get into Demo Chicks, so this is always my favorite question, and you know it's coming.
Okay, here it goes.
Yeah. What's your superpower?
I need glasses for this.
What's your superpower, Rob?
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I felt that my superpower was discernment. Like, that's what I thought. I said it was discernment. Because I tend to read people really well. And you know who people are, so I don't like to work with people who don't have integrity, but there are some people that they're kind of borderline, but if you know who they are, you know how to deal with them, right? So I'm real good at reading them. So I'm like, okay, I know who you are. I hear what you're saying, but I hear what you're not saying. So I think that is a superpower of mine. But I wasn't really sure, so I took a survey of my team, and I wanted to see if there was something consistent amongst the responses. So you tell me if there's any consistency. I was like, okay. So I'll just say, I walked away with people view me as a strong person. Okay. Because these are some of the superpowers. Builder in chief, change agent, ultimate organizer, always positive, insightful, great researcher, my smile, my likability, that I'm tenacious, and I'm a great networker. So is there a theme there? I don't know.
That sounds like an entrepreneur, right? Builder in chief, changing things, always positive, right? There's all important aspects of a strong entrepreneurial mindset, which is something we really try to help our students also bring forward. So did you always have all of those, or was that some things that you really developed over time?
I think I've always had it because my mom always told me I was the different child, so I think that can be positive.
I want to hear some questions from Mom later.
Yeah, we actually had a conversation where, little sibling conversation, and she said my one sister was charismatic. She said my other sister was bossy, I think. And she skipped over me, and I was like, Mom, is there one word you can use to describe me? And she said different. So I didn't know if that was good or bad or neither.
That's great. So those are wonderful superpowers, and it's not just one, right? I mean,
It's a lot, yeah,
we
it's a
wouldn't
lot.
make it pick just one, but I think it's important for individuals to really think about what are they good at, what are they strong at. Now, the other question, which you didn't want me to ask, what's your kryptonite? What's the things that hold you back and the things that you struggle with?
That was really a tough one because, I had to think about what does hold me back. And I thought I can't afford to be held back. Like but there's always something, right? And just knowing myself. So I came up with compassion because my mother always told me you can't take everybody with you. Because I like to do that. I like to see people win. I like to help people. I like to say, come on, you can do this too. But sometimes that can really hold you back because it becomes a weight, right? Or if people don't really want it and you're trying to give it to them or try to get them to get it, it just holds you back. Or they just are constantly coming to me when it's like, okay, you've been around long enough, you should be able to soar on your own. And so I would say that while it can be a strength, it can also be my kryptonite. And then the other one, I would say overexertion, because that's the one thing, when I really thought about it, I'm like, when do I stop? When do I just hide out? And if I overexert myself, sometimes I'm like, I don't even want to get up today. And I'll just lay there. But I don't let it go too far. I'm really good at talking myself off the ledge because I'm like, okay, if I lay here 3 days, that might be depression. So, I self-regulate a lot.
That's good. Yeah, it's right. Too much of anything, right, is maybe not good. So it's good to have that balance there. Actually, in the close school, we have a course on mindfulness and well-being. And I think we talked about that last night a bit and how important it is to be mindful, to really focus on yourself as an entrepreneur because you can just overexert yourself, good example, and you end up not being good for anybody. So It's really important. So along those lines, and we talk about challenges and obstacles. So let's talk about some of the major ones you faced during your career, and how did you work to overcome them?
Well, we talked last night. There's a lot, so kick me under
Keep
the
going.
table. Wow, just entrepreneurship in itself is not for the faint at heart. I mean, there are challenges where I always say a contract isn't a win until you're out there doing the work, and maybe not even the first day because they can issue a stop notice. Because I've had opportunities. Me and my mom joke. I was almost like a $60 million contract. For 2 hours, I had a $60 million contract. And there have been other opportunities where you sign a deal, and then something happens. I had a contract with a military base, and I got an email, cease and desist. I'm like, whoa. So, those are the very difficult obstacles that I've overcome. How do you stay in the game when you have major disappointments in business? And because I value freedom over security, I'm able to just keep going. And because I like to eat, got to keep going. But I think those are the most challenges, just the disappointments and being able to stay in the game when you're faced with them. Or even the people factor, because when you're disappointed by a person, or unfortunately, I've been slow to bring people in my inner circle. I have people who are around me, but those who get really close to me, I've been very careful with that. So the disappointments have been minimal. And then, as you heard, my sister is very protective of me.
Yes.
So If they see someone that's kind of shady or they don't think means well, they intervene.
Having that family backing is so important as an entrepreneur, right? Because it's hard. It's very hard to put yourself out there and to do things that nobody else is doing, and maybe you're being questioned about why are you taking this path as opposed to a more traditional path. And having a strong family backing is so critical. So that's great. Any other major challenges or obstacles you can point to?
Do you remember any from yesterday?
Trying to remember. There were a bunch.
Were there?
Yeah.
Okay. Even just hiring staff, just dealing with people who have integrity. Like, people are out for themselves, right? And oftentimes I've had people who have come alongside me, and I'm thinking, oh, they want to help me win. It's like, no, well, they want to win, right? So I believe in creating win-win situations, but not everyone feels that way, right? It's I win more than you win. But as I'm learning after being in business all these years, like sometimes I'll win more and sometimes it'll be your win, right? So it's really just helping each other.
That's great. And by the way, please, questions from the audience, we'll entertain those in a few minutes. And I'm also monitoring if anybody's watching the live stream. If you have questions, please put them in the chat, and I'll be monitoring those questions. So you've touched on DemoChicks a little bit. I talked about it very briefly in the opening, and I just love the name, because the DemoChicks to me, I was thinking of something completely different. So what is DemoChicks, and what's its origin story?
I know sometimes when we were at a pre-COVID, when we used to set up at events, people would stay away from our booth, and I'd have to bring them in, because I think they thought it was democratic, and I was like staying away from political things. But when I bring them in and I say, no, DemoChicks, demo stands for demolition. So the prison story I shared with you, after we completed that project, well, during the project, we were paying our general laborers $40 an hour, which is a nice living wage. And I realized, I know about engineering because I'm a chemical engineer. I know about STEM because I've been around STEM and getting girls involved with STEM, but then I never thought about the trades. I never thought about, being even a general laborer on the construction site or driving a water truck, excavator, or any of those opportunities for girls. But then after this project, I thought, wow, this is a great industry. You talk about sustainability, and we're not growing any more land. So in order for anything to go up, you got to tear things down. So I thought about creating something in the demolition space, but figured that was too limited. Like, if you know me, I'm like, ooh, let's do it all. So I thought non-traditional careers for girls, beyond STEM. And that's how DemoChicks was born. My nephew created an image, and I can't talk about DemoChicks without the image, so I have to show all you the image. Or you can go to our social media page, because whenever I speak, my team always says, why don't we have more followers? You were speaking. So DemoChicks, chicks spelled with a C, DemoChicks. Please follow us so that when I get back to California, they'll be applauding me.
Where's our marketing team? That's all Logan and Zach. Zach's down there. Talk to him later.
Okay, definitely.
We did a whole thing on TikTok this morning, and how to use platforms like TikTok for social change and for organizations that are trying to make the world a better place. There's so many great tools out there, and to reach that audience that you might be trying to reach, might be some new platforms that, like TikTok and so forth, that could be pretty interesting. So maybe talk to these guys later.
Okay, definitely. So what we do at DemoChicks, we introduce girls to non-traditional careers. It is a nonprofit, so we are always looking for people who want to support us financially. And pre-COVID, we were going into classrooms doing experiments because we felt it was important for the girls to be hands-on. So for instance, a chemical engineering experiment would be making a lava lamp or slime. Architecture experiment would be working with toothpicks and marshmallows and creating a structure. And then COVID hit, so we went online, right? Because I have a sister who's a master educator, and I was blown away when we went online and the girls were actually doing these experiments online. We had a geotech experiment where they had sand, dirt, and rocks. And they built a berm, bottled water. We were talking about soil erosion. So we had a whole curriculum, a 10-month curriculum, where the girls were doing these experiments online. And then I said, well, that's not enough. What are we going to do for the older students? So for college students, through 5 years, we have a mentoring program. So if there are women there who are in a non-traditional career interested in becoming a mentor, we're able to mentor these girls so that they can get the support they need. Because some of them are going through the STEM programs or the architecture programs, but then what happens when they graduate and they're in the workforce, when they really need that support? And so while we're only 2 years old, we've done a lot. We've given away 11 scholarships over the last 2 years, and we've honored women in the industry. So we're building a lot of relationships in Long Beach.
That's fantastic. Do you see this being a national movement at some point?
Actually, international.
Nice.
One of our workshops last year, we had people log in from Nigeria. I've been to South Africa a couple times, so I'm talking to people there. But remember, I do have a full-time business that I run, and so the nonprofit is not staffed.
Right.
I have an assistant who works half-time with me and half-time with the nonprofit. So
That's good.
the goal is really to get funding so that we'll have an executive director to run the program.
So you have some sustainability and
Yes,
can grow that.
sustainability,
Yeah.
that word,
Yeah.
that's why we're here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And starting out, being part of nonprofits, starting them is hard. And when you don't have an executive director and
Yes.
it's all volunteer organization, it's challenging. But if you believe in the mission, you're going to do it and put in that extra work. No
Oh,
doubt.
for sure. I mean, it's like the buzz around Long Beach. People know Demo Chicks and they don't know me. So when they meet me, they're like, "Oh, you're the Demo Chicks, that's right." Like, "Oh, it's Robin Thorne." They don't know me, or they'll see the image. So I need to get a lapel pin.
As to say, yeah.
Yeah, so we were featured in our local transit social media, like a post, which was cool, and the Long Beach Business Journal. We were featured. So it's a buzz around Long Beach. It's pretty exciting.
That's great.
That's
great.
great. And it's great for marketing CTI because I get calls all the time saying, do your demo chicks do this or do your demo chicks do that? And so I used to try to explain it, but now I don't. I just take the calls and direct them where they need to go.
Yeah, that's great. By the way, I'm looking at the live stream here. So Shannon Johnson is on the live stream. Who's that?
Did she say who she is?
She did.
Oh. So Shannon Johnson is my sister. She's the master teacher I told you about. Very impressive. Shannon was doing online teaching like 15 years ago before it was popular.
Before
She was tutoring. She was in Atlanta. So she's the one who helped to roll out our program.
Yeah. So she's watching you here. So
She's
say
watching,
hi to
yeah.
Shannon.
Hi, Shannon.
I have a question in the feed here. So would you recommend getting a job first in your field of interest before venturing out on your own business?
I definitely would recommend that because then you can learn on somebody else's dime.
It's good.
Right?
Yeah.
But if you do get a job, just pay attention, and learn all that you can and ask the questions because knowing your craft and being in business are two different things because I knew my craft, but when I got into business, I'm just really grasping business, like the business principles.
Right.
Although we've been doing the work all these years.
That's something we said, we talk with students who have interesting ideas and they maybe want to start something, but maybe aren't really quite ready. And I said, there's nothing wrong with out of college, go and work, right? Build your network, learn your skills, learn your craft, like you mentioned.
Yes.
And then when you're ready, then launch something. And there's no right or wrong answer. It's just going to depend on the person and the pathway they're on. So I think it was a great question. So
Yeah,
thank you.
networking is so important. And I genuinely like people, so I like to talk to people, I like to meet people. And, but it's so important because you never know who you're going to need to reach out to, who you're going to run into. Like even being in school, the network that you're building amongst your classmates and your professors and instructors is just really important because I pretty much built CTI based on relationships and word of mouth. Like I'll get that call saying, Robin, you provide this service, don't you? Or, it's just pretty amazing how I've been able to build is based on relationships.
It's okay. It's key to everything. Your network is key to everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Questions from the audience. We do have more questions. I have more questions for Robin, but questions from the audience. Anybody? Byron. And I'll repeat the question, so go ahead.
I used to work for a parent company that was in the business of demolishing nuclear sites, nuclear refinement sites around the country. I can appreciate the complexity of recycle and demolish, transport, all of that. So I didn't quite catch it. How did you get into such a business? That's a very
So the question for the live stream is, how did Robin get into this business? That was a part of the story last night.
Well, I joked about how a lot of what I've done is because I followed the direction of the wind. You know, I always say the magic of saying yes. So when opportunities were presented to me, if it made sense, I said yes. And I always had, but it was always someone who could guide or direct me, right? I didn't just say yes to everything. But I'm not afraid to step out on faith when an opportunity is presented. And as a chemical engineer, I mean, we rule the world, right? We can do anything. Like all the engineering disciplines, chemical engineers number one. But yeah, and so I think like the engineering education taught me how to think and problem solve. And demolition is in line with chemical destruction. Does that answer your question?
Question over here. Michael.
Hi, Robin. Michael, thanks. So I have a 5-year-old daughter, and everything she gets, sticks, stones, things, she's always building stuff. And it never really occurred to me until recently she got into kindergarten, and they're saying that private engineering is in her future. How do I cultivate that now?
That's good.
Well, Demo Chicks is actually coming out with a book on numbers and alphabet and images of our demo chick as soon as we find the funders for it. But so my marketing person said I have to talk about funding at least 5 times, so that was 2. But I would say it's really important that you introduce her to math now, because I think that's one of the barriers that prevents us from pursuing engineering degrees. How many people have you heard saying, I just can't do math, like algebra, there's not supposed to be numbers and letters. So it's really important to keep those images in front of her and get her into math.
Great question. Thank you, Michael. So actually ties in with the next question we had. So what are some other ways that women can take action to move into non-traditional careers?
Well, I think it's up to those of us who are in those careers to be visible, right? Because I believe in see it, be it, right? It's one thing to talk about it, but when you see somebody doing something that kind of piques your interest or gives you the hope that you need, like to think about it further. So I think those of us who are currently in these positions, we need to make ourselves visible. Like when my son was in elementary school, I was a student. Did I mention that?
No.
So when I started school at Community, my son was 2 years old. I was a single parent. But I used to go to his school. I used to read books, but I also used to bring my friends with me from Drexel, and we did science experiments in his class. And we would always ask the question, what does a scientist look like? And they would always say, he wears glasses and a white coat. And so they saw a woman with, not even with glasses, but but that was the image. Yeah. So it was important that we were there so that they could see us, and we represented scientists and engineers.
I love that phrase, see it, be it. Can I take that one? That's a good one.
Absolutely.
Any other thoughts in terms of how to get women into more, and we struggle with this a little bit around entrepreneurship. How do we really develop more women entrepreneurs, more female entrepreneurs? Because there seems to be a little bit of a barrier. So how, and certainly in the sciences there are barriers. So programs like Demo Chips, starts them early, right? They're going to be much younger. So is that really a big part of it? Start as young as possible and make it seem less threatening, less challenging?
Yeah, we think so, because we found that we lose, if we introduce them in high school, it's definitely too late. And sometimes in middle school, they're already on that path. But I think it's just important for them to see the images early on.
That's good. What other things are you passionate about?
Fine dining. My uncle's here too in the audience. My uncle is my first model of an engineer. So my uncle Mike he's an electrical engineer. He went to Brown, but he did spend time here. He's a child genius. He spent time here in a lab. That got his attention. He spent time here at Drexel in a lab, working in the lab. So my uncle says that I take more pictures of my food than eating it, because I'm always taking pictures. I live in Long Beach, so I really love being outdoors, like taking walks on the beach, just being out moving. I wish I hiked more. I love spending time with my family. my mom, of course, and my nieces, and I love traveling. I'm really looking forward to getting back to being able to see the world.
That's great. Yeah, we all are, right? It's, yeah, coming out of
And I like
COVID.
chocolate, so thank you.
Yeah, we have chocolate. I didn't even know. She brought it.
Yeah.
More questions from the audience. We have a few more minutes here for questions.
So I was told that if people in the audience don't ask questions, it's because you did a really good job sharing, and they're just like in awe, and they can't.
You live in California now.
Yes.
Came back. Do you have any perspectives on what it means to work and start something in the West Coast versus the East Coast and the environments?
No, and I'm told that California is a really tough market.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured if I could do business in California, and I can do business anywhere. But there are a couple of theories, right? So I said, I want to expand into Philadelphia because Drexel has all this development. Because I'm very active with the Drexel Alumni Association and the VP of construction. They come out, and I say, well, don't you want Drexel alum to work on your projects? And he said, yeah, they are. They're co-oping back east. I'm like, no, me. So I would love the opportunity to do work outside of California because if it's such a tough market, I could really soar, somewhere else. But there, people say, well, until you forget exactly how it goes, but until you've maximize your backyard, why would you expand somewhere else? Well, I said because the opportunity presented itself, So, but I said if I expanded outside of California, I would be very focused, right? I wouldn't try to come to another area doing all the things we do in California because we're very diverse in our offerings. Okay. Because my background's compliance and I have this contractor's license, we are able to do a lot. Mm-hmm. But I would come to Philly and I probably would focus on lead testing or lead abatement.
Okay, because that's something more regionally significant in terms of...
Oh, for sure, with all the old... When we started doing lead and asbestos testing and I came home, I was like, wow, there's a lot of old buildings here. Mm-hmm. There's a huge opportunity for that type of work. And there's opportunities to train others. Like I have 2 lead techs here. They just haven't done any work yet. Okay. But I did get 2 people trained on lead as lead techs here in Philly.
Okay. So if you're a young student, 18 to 22-year-old, and you're thinking of new ideas and you have some thoughts and things you want to do in your future in terms of starting a new business, any type of new business, what are some things you think are most important in terms of getting started?
I think it's important to know yourself. Like they have all the different types of tests you can take for self-awareness and self-assessment. Because it's important to do what you enjoy, right? I mean, sometimes in order to learn, you might deal with a little of what you don't really like, but you have a plan, right? So like accounting. I don't know what accounting is, like I shared. Accounting isn't math. There's numbers involved, but it's not math. So, I'll take an accounting class just so I can learn something about numbers, because some people say, whatever, like work on your weaknesses so you can develop them. And then others say, work on your strength and you find somebody else to operate, the areas where you're weak. And that's the model I take.
That's great.
But I have to have some understanding so that I know that they're not taking advantage of me. Right. Like there needs to be, or my sister, she went to school for accounting. So I was like, Shannon, check this out. What do you think? So it's just, so build your network, like have people around you who have diverse experience other than that you don't have, and just know what you like, because it's important to be passionate about what you're doing, about the undertaking, because when things get tough, that's what's going to keep you going.
So how do you know then, so you're up to almost 10 people now, so how do you know when to hire those people? Because you're doing a lot of it in the beginning, and you're learning those things, which are important, right? And you're using your small network, but now you've got to bring people on board who aren't your family, who don't know you, don't know your business. How do you know when to pull the trigger on that?
So when you're in enough pain, right?
Pain.
When you try to do it all yourself, like I got to a point where my head, I just couldn't fit anything else in my head. I couldn't even think. I was like numb. And I said, okay, somebody else needs to do this. Because even my accounting for a while, someone said, you're still printing checks. I'm like, yes, who am I going to turn my books over to? But whenever I went to print checks, it was always an issue. They were upside down. It just took I'm like, it's printing a check. I'm smart, I can print a check. But because I needed to let that go. So it's just knowing when to let things go. When you, didn't you mention something like you like to hold on to things? You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when it gets painful enough, you
Yeah.
you kind of let it go.
And when you're starting to not do the things well enough that you're supposed to be doing,
Right.
And you're doing the flipping the checks the wrong way,
Yes.
right?
When you start dropping balls, right? Your clients are having expectations and
Sure.
you drop the ball. Or like I'm here, my team is working. We're going through interviews and things are happening and I'm not there. And then you want to hire people that you can rely on and trust. Because I remember there was a time where I'm like checking in, but I hope they're all listening now. I'm not checking in because I know they can handle it.
Right.
I have faith and confidence that they'll get it done.
But it's hard to do, right? It's hard to develop that skill, to
Yes.
hand things off to people that can get the job done and make it work.
And one of the most difficult things is they may not do it exactly how you would do it.
Right.
Right? But you don't want to nitpick, make an adjustment when it really isn't that significant. So knowing when you could just let it go.
That's great.
They cross their T's different, like something minor.
Right,
And you're
right.
like, well, no, you should curve it at the end. So little silly things like that.
That's great. Questions? Dana?
So, knowing that STEM and entrepreneurship and business are fields where that are very man-led, and imposter syndrome is a big thing that a lot of women face in those fields. For me, as someone who's like a young female, like entrepreneur, and someone who just has a lot of big dreams, I feel like I face imposter syndrome a lot. So, through your career experience, do you have any advice for people like me who are facing imposter syndrome?
Can I repeat the question for the live stream? So the question was a wonderful question, thank you, about the imposter syndrome, especially with young female entrepreneurs and going into STEM fields. Like, how do you overcome some of those challenges? Robin?
Well, as I shared last night, I have scriptures that build me up, right? So I have Bible scriptures that I read that help me to stand tall. And the other thing is practice showing up. Like sometimes I would be at those tables and people they help build me up because sometimes I come to the table, I have my partner, and they'd always think, oh, she's just here for the minority piece, and he's really the person. And then they find out I was the engineer, and it's like, oh, there's something about telling people you're an engineer that makes them say, oh, wow, okay. So it was just like instant respect, and that helped me. And I'd say, oh, wow, so I'm an engineer. So, they say, lead with that, Robin, lead with it. And so I think it's just practicing showing up, having people you can talk to encourage you. I mean, you can be afraid, but if you can call somebody on the phone right before you go, like, oh my God, I feel so, and they'll just talk to you. So you do that as many times as you need to until you feel more comfortable and confident. But you find a thing that works for you and you keep doing it.
That's great, wonderful advice, thank you. Questions? I'll start picking on people. I can pick on people.
Yeah, pick on somebody. Pick on the dean.
I'm an instructor. Oh, well, I love picking on the dean.
And as you said that, I thought about the story I shared last night. I think part of it too, so I'm constantly calculating the next steps, right? And then part of it is not wanting to look bad or be embarrassed. So I'm thinking about I shared last night that when I started the company, I was working. And then on March 25th, 2011, my job decided I couldn't work for them and have a company. So they called me to the office and they fired me. And as I sat there, I was thinking my health insurance ends at the end of the month. I have their gas card, but I didn't fill up my tank. I'm gonna have to tell my family that I just got fired, big-time chemical engineer, moved out to California. So I'm thinking of all these things that I'm sitting in there, right? And so I'm thinking, I probably thought, how do I fix this? How do I, still do well? But it's that resilience, it's what was instilled in me. And although my parents divorced, my dad came back into our lives early, and he was actually, behind my mom, a big champion of mine too. He passed in 2016, but he actually had a magnet on his car with my company's name, and he lived in Delaware. And my dad used to call me on the phone. If he ran into somebody and they said chemical environmental, he'd get me on the phone and say, Robin, I'm talking to this man, and I said, well, I'm gonna keep talking to whoever he runs into, because you never know when it's gonna turn into an opportunity, right? He got me an appointment at Dell State, talking to the facilities manager to talk about safety training. But I think part of it is that. Part of it's like ego. Oh, I don't wanna look bad, so I gotta keep going so that I can stand tall. I never really thought about that. I think I had an ego. So.
Great. Thank you. Questions? Byron?
What sets you apart?
So the question is, what sets you apart when competing? You're talking about her company, right? Yes. Yeah, CTI.
Well, it depends on what we're competing for. So if it's a construction management contract, it's because we pay more because we're smaller. But I must say that it's really the certifications. And I started the company and I was like, why do I have to be a minority black-owned woman firm? Why can't I just be a firm? Well, because it's the society we live in. That's just the way it is, right? You have the Old Boys Network. You have companies that have been doing business with these companies for a long time. And the only reason why they let others in is because of these certifications. So that's our competitive advantage at this point in time.
That's great. We probably have time for one more question. We've got to switch out to our incubator competition this afternoon. Elizabeth.
So, me when I was growing up, like one of the most things that I heard that was a barrier as a woman becoming entrepreneurs was balancing family and work. So, and I've like heard time and again that either you become a family woman or you become a working woman. And you mentioned that you do both. So how do you and is it even possible? Because I've heard it time and again that it's not possible to have both. Do you think it is, and if so, then how?
So the question is about balancing family and work, and thank you for that.
Well, as a student, I mentioned when I started community college, my son was 2 years old. And so I had family support. And then even with Drexel, my friends joke with me how my son would be in a library that would take turns watching him. So it's just having a support system in place. And then my mom was very supportive, like my Drexel co-op. I co-opted at ARCO in Newtown Square, and I also co-opted at ARCO in South Charleston, West Virginia, and my son went with me there. And I think in today's society, it's more and more accepting to have your children, like even with my staff, I mean, I expect them to work, but I don't want them to neglect their families. Like if somebody has a soccer game or a football game, it's like get your work done, but spend the time with your kids because you only have one opportunity to raise your children. So I think it's important that you're with an organization that supports that, like that shares your values.
That's great. Thank you. By the way, Bobby Jones, your team is listening. Thanks for the shout out, and we're getting it done. So you have a good team back there. Well, Robin, unfortunately we're out of time. We invite you to stay for the rest of the afternoon with our competition, but so lovely meeting you over the past couple of days, spending time learning your story, you and your family, just amazing people. So thanks to the folks there and your sisters, And thanks for your wonderful remarks today. We look forward to having you back and having you meet some of our students and continue to work with you in the future. So thank you.
All right, thanks.
Okay. All right. We're going to get now set up for the incubator competition. So just stay in your seat. Ooh.
We are. Thank you. I thought it was.
Okay. If we can have our judges come up, so Mike, Mel, and Brian. And is Adam Kaufman here? Right there, okay. So hang loose a second, I'll bring you up in a second. So make sure you have the right order of things. Yeah, you're good for a second, just let me get things introduced here. So, need our judges. Byron, could you do me a favor? Hey, Byron. Also, I need the rubrics, the judging rubrics. Can you, the rubrics, the judging rubrics? Melissa has them out there. Or Debbie, can you find them for me? Thank you. And I also need my student timer. Who's my timer? You're the timer. Okay. So,
I'm going to give you 2 to start out with.
Thank you. All right, we're getting situated here.
Is it just the two of us?
Oh, we had 3, but.
Okay, we have 2 of our judges just waiting for the third one.
This makes it a little harder if it's only 2 of us at the end.
Yeah.
Because-
What? I think we're going to have a third.
Okay, good. 'Cause I always like it when it's like 5 or 6 because then you can
Get different perspective.
keep it exactly right. Okay.
going to sit down here? Should we send a search party? All right. We're going to start here in a second. We're waiting for Brian Richforth to head over from the bathroom. So Harrison, raise your hand. Harrison Harrisburg. Okay, so Harrison's going to be our timer. So for the students in the room, you want to pay attention to Harrison. So what's going to happen is when you're about 8 minutes into your presentation, Harrison, what are you going to do? He's holding up 8, the magic 8. That means you should be wrapping up your presentation. Then when you have 2 minutes left, so when you're 13 minutes into the entire thing, Harrison's going to do 2. And then when you're done, Harrison's going to come up on stage and tackle you. Or Harrison's going to get his drone. So some of you may know, and some of the judges may know, so Harrison actually won this competition 2 years ago. And now he's relegated to a timekeeper, so. No, just kidding, just kidding. So Harrison actually, first time in history, I think a couple of firsts in the history of this competition, which has been going on for many, many, many years. Harrison is a freshman, first-year student, won the competition, and was a wild card presenter. And we didn't do the wild card last year because we were virtual, but 2 years ago was the first time we introduced the wildcard components. The way that works is that we have our top 5 finalists as selected by our first round judges, and then we tell all the other competitors that you have a chance to be selected for the wildcard. And Harrison ended up ranking really well in the first round of the competition, and ended up getting selected as a wildcard, presented, and won the competition. So, and continues to build out Aeropest in his team. So, congrats, Harrison. Okay, so let's kick things off. The 2021 Biata Institute for Entrepreneurship Incubator Competition. So this is a big deal. We spend a lot of time on this competition, and we really want this to be as much as possible an educational experience for our students. And I always talk about the goals of our competitions. And it's really, it's a little bit about winning money, but at the end of the day, it's really about education, exposure, practice, feedback, building your network. It's about all those other things. Anyone who applies to any competition that we have gains the benefit of all of those aspects, right? You learn something, you get to practice, hopefully build your network, you get feedback. Those are all things everyone gets benefit from. Some will win money, but that's kind of not the point. The point is really to put all these other things into action, and just taking the action, even just the work that goes into developing your deck is an educational process, and getting feedback, it's so important. So we really want to use these as vehicles for many other things besides money. But for this particular competition, we have all of those elements. We also have a $25,000 prize pool, which will be split amongst the top 3 finalists today. And as I said, we have 5 finalists plus 1 wild card. Each presenter will have a total of 15 minutes, so we just went through that a little bit ago. But you should spend no more than 10 minutes on your presentation, leave at least 5 minutes for Q&A from the judges. And judging criteria, so our esteemed set of judges, this is the criteria that they're going to be using to evaluate the presentations. Customer identification, in other words, do you know your customer? What's your problem or solution that you're solving for them? What's unique about what you're doing? What's your business model and how are you planning to make money? What's your team, or at least what are your action plans? What do you plan to put in place, and then what do you plan to execute in the coming weeks and months? And then quality of presentation and your ability to answer questions effectively are all part of the judging criteria. Our final round judges, I'll ask you to raise your hand if you'd like. A great group of judges this year. Again, we've got Mike Kime from Univest. Mike. And then Mel Biata, Basic Ventures. Mel, always great supporter of the Biata Institute and founding benefactor. And then new judge this year, Brian Richforth. Brian, Graphite GTC chairman. And I've gotten to spend the past couple days with Brian. Just wonderful to spend time with him and the team at Graphite. Anybody who was here this morning that learned more about the Low Code Innovation Challenge, got to hear a little bit from Brian's team, and just an amazing experience over the past couple of days with them. We had a great group of first-round judges, so we couldn't have done it without our first-round judges because we had so many applications, and we got to whittle it down to 6, right? We need 6 of those top applications. So what we do this year is we did it online. In the past, we've done it face-to-face, but again, COVID, got in the way a little bit. So these are the individuals that helped read and score all the applications that we initially received, and then their scoring and rankings help us get to where we are today. So I don't know if anybody is in the room. Byron's in the room, but a couple of other people I think might be in the room. So thanks to all of our first-round judges. Okay, so here are our finalists. This is going to be the order that we're going to be hearing from them. So Adam Kaufman with FUD, Adam Yormark, Focus Flag, Basil Khan, TypeSkip, Chris Smuth, Career Caddy, Noma Davanan, Ally, Travel Planner, and then our one wild card. The wild card will be called up after Ally Travel Planner. So that'll be, keep a little bit of a suspense coming. We're also doing fan voting. So we're using our Hopin platform that we're live streaming everything on to do fan voting. So if you want to grab that QR code real quickly, and we'll put it back up there a little bit later, but you can log into, if you're not already registered in Hopin, you can register in Hopin. Melissa will be putting up a poll after all the presentations, and you'll be able to vote for your favorite, and we're going to be able to put that up on the screen here. So if you can grab that real quickly. I probably should have warned you to get your phones out. And we'll be putting this back up a little bit later, so if you miss it, don't worry about it. We'll be able to pull it back up again. You can also, again, find it on our Hopin platform.
Did it work, Mel?
Okay, so that's it. If there's any questions, if not, we are ready to go to the first set of presentations. So we're going to call up Adam onto stage. And Harrison, you ready with the timing? Okay, so right, left. Okay, so you can just use this space, or up or down, forward, and then you need to be on the mic, so you can pull the mic out, but you need to be on the mic, so make sure you keep it pretty close to your mouth. Okay, if you have any problem, we'll be sitting right back there, and then pay attention to Harrison.
Perfect.
Good luck.
All right, great, thank you.
Push where you can push it out.
There we go, thank you. Are we good to go? All right, great. Hi, everyone. Before we get started, just a quick question for all of you. When you think about your dining experience and going out to eat at a restaurant, what's your favorite part? Just shout it out. Food. Food? Anyone else? Service. Service, wonderful. Okay, great. Now, same scenario, but think about your least favorite part. What is it?
Waiting.
Waiting, exactly, great. Well, you know what? I love your answers, I love the engagement, and I think because of that, and based on what you said, you're gonna love us too. So let's get started.
All right, hi everyone. My name's Adam.
My name's JB.
And FUD is an app that will enhance your dining experience by cutting out unnecessary wait times and bringing the focus back to you, your family, and your friends from the moment you start looking for a restaurant to when you take your last bite. Experience food the FUD way, where we're putting the fun back in food. The restaurant industry suffered we're having some technical difficulties here.
That's the AV team. AV team. AV team, we're not projecting again. Okay.
Start back again. Yeah, we'll start industry. Yeah. The restaurant industry suffered a massive blow last year, losing $240 billion in revenue due to COVID. As restaurants try reopening, they need all the help they can, and current online ordering services and reservation systems meant to support them just aren't cutting it. A restaurant manager's main goals include increasing revenue by maximizing table turnover. To accomplish this goal, they use an online ordering and reservation service which costs them $249 a month. Not only that, but these services charge an additional 30% of the total bill for each online order. Lastly, when an online order is canceled, they're often left in the dark unless they spend their valuable time calling customer service, leaving them very unsatisfied. But aside from increasing revenue, restaurant managers also focus on removing their customers' pain points to provide them with an unforgettable dining experience. But what are these user pain points? Well, imagine yourself with your friends getting ready to go out to eat on a Friday night. First, you all spend a painfully slow 20 minutes just looking for a restaurant, debating whether to get barbecue or tacos just to settle on sushi. Then you head to the restaurant, where you wait 10 minutes to be seated, wait 20 minutes for your food, and wait 10 minutes for your bill. I don't know about you, but I'm hearing a whole lot of waiting and not a whole lot of eating. Our solution is FUD, an app that will enhance your dining experience by bringing the focus, Our solution is FUD, an app that will maximize restaurant table turnover and drastically increase the satisfaction of a customer's restaurants. Now, picture a similar user scenario, but now you're using FUD. You and your friends all open the app, and the first thing you see is a single restaurant card, showing you all the information you need. From there, you start choosing your restaurant by swiping right for yes and left for no. Our smart algorithm takes into account each individual's preferences to suggest where you're most likely to agree on. So if you love tacos, but your friends hate them, but you all love sushi, the app will recommend you sushi. That's why within 5 minutes of swiping, you've all matched with a great sushi place in town. Now, it's time to choose how you want to order. And knowing you hate waiting for your food, you choose FUD's brand new way of dining, pre-ordering. With pre-ordering, you choose the food you want to eat ahead of time, make a reservation, and pay on the app. So when you arrive at the restaurant, you're seated right away, your food comes out minutes after sitting down, and you can leave as soon as you're done because you've already paid. With our unique features, FUD will quickly become a market leader. Our pre-ordering feature directly increases restaurant table turnover by getting customers to spend less time waiting. It also allows users to retake full control over their dining experience by cutting out unnecessary wait times and allowing them to focus on their family and their friends and their food, or in other words, the best parts of dining. Our smart algorithm gives everyone a voice and satisfies every craving by considering each person's preferences, like interest from Italian cuisine to specific details like a peanut allergy or the desire to support Black-owned restaurants in the community. Our group swiping function takes the most exciting parts of social media and marries them with the online ordering experience by allowing users to connect as a group during the search process and order together, making the entire process far more fun and engaging. As you can see in our competitive landscape, no other app does this.
So FUD will charge restaurants a monthly subscription fee and take 0% from all online orders. On our most basic plan, we'd break even with 199 restaurants, and with 300 restaurants, we'd generate $234,000 in revenue. Our beta testing will be in Philly and other local communities, and then our full launch will be in Boston, where there's an abundance of our target markets. Now, we're competing in a two-sided market, with 3 user target markets and 1 customer target market. Our 3 user markets consist of work professionals, college students, and families. Work professionals have very limited time for lunch, with 56% having 30 minutes or less, and 47% being concerned about long wait times making them late getting back to work. FUD would allow them to enjoy every minute of a quality meal at a restaurant without having to feel rushed or be late. With college students, 70% enjoy spending their time going out for food or drinks with their friends, and 62% use a mobile app to order their meals. Their focus is on having fun, not waiting around in boredom. And FUD is the perfect app to help them accomplish their goal. And with families, 62% pick restaurants as a group, but 49% find the decision-making process difficult. And understanding how challenging it can be for every family member to agree with each other, FUD is the perfect solution to help an undecided group make an easy decision. And for our 1 customer target market, we're focusing on full-service restaurants because their revenue is highly dependent on high table turnover rates and great customer satisfaction. Additionally, out of the 1 million plus restaurants in the US, 80% of them are turning towards technology to help them run their business. Now, our team consists of 4 members, collectively providing experience in marketing, sales, design, and programming, and I'm currently working full-time, and the rest of the team will be as well after they finish their final year in college. Now, FUD started as an idea over dinner back in March 2020. We then validated our idea and the pain points that we identified with 600 plus survey responses and 125 customer interviews. FUD was further validated after we won $1,000 from the College of the Holy Cross Shark Tank and $5,000 from the UMass Amherst 10-week accelerator program. We're also registered as an LLC. We've been invited to speak to a marketing class of 462 students at UMass Amherst, and we're receiving continuous advising support from industry experts and investors. Now, in terms of app development progress, the video that you were supposed to see earlier that didn't play, which is why the PowerPoint went somewhere else, was showing you the swiping function and how our app works and then the pre-ordering. Now, that video is a visual prototype that serves as a proof of concept. Didn't prove much there, but you get the idea. And that was built on Bubble back in February. Now we're actively developing the app and hoping to start beta testing in January with a full launch in later spring. And with app development underway, our main priorities are completing the app and then marketing to scale quickly once we launch. So with the $12,500 from this pitch competition, we'd like to use $10,000 to hire an independent programmer that'll help us complete the app. And the average cost of a programmer on Upwork is $75. So that would get us around 133 hours of work, or about 3 weeks. And then we'd use the remaining $2,500 to fund our marketing campaign, splitting the funds between Google, Facebook, and Instagram. And based on their average CPM costs, we'd be around 679,000 views on the platforms that our target markets use most. So, as restaurants fight to recover from the past year and open back up, there's no better time than now to support them while bringing some fresh new fun to the dining experience. So swipe right on FUD and join us on our journey of putting fun back in food. Thank you.
All right,
I got a quick one. What apps in the competitive landscape offer a social aspect to selecting restaurants? Would FUD be the first one? And are you anticipating to integrate some kind of gamification into that, social selection process of where to go to
Absolutely. So you're completely right that gamification is the perfect word to describe this. We're really trying to bring more engagement into what we're doing in terms of people going out to look for restaurants, because as it stands, OpenTable, Yelp, and Resy, they don't really have that aspect of engaging as a group, searching as a group. It's a lot more just you do it on your own, and then you're probably just suggesting options to your friends or family, and it's not very efficient. So in terms of the major competitors out there that are currently providing a service that helps you find a restaurant or make a reservation, we're really the only ones that are trying to bring that aspect of gamification.
In addition, we're looking to build a community within our app. So in addition to you as your group of friends or whoever you're going out to eat with, making a stronger bond by doing this together and enjoying the process, we're also looking to bring features out that will nurture a community within the FUD space and make it so that anyone that uses FUD will enjoy other people that also use FUD and can connect and share reviews and their favorite meals at their favorite restaurants.
All right, nice job, guys. Just two practical questions. So how much in advance do you pre-order your food?
Right. That's an option entirely up to you. So for example, workers who don't have time during their workday but want to go out to a nice restaurant for lunch can do it in the morning when they're getting ready, place that order. It holds in, it's pretty much paused until the time ticket of 12:30, right? Or if it's 7 o'clock on a Friday night, hey, let's go out to eat, skip the swiping, I know where we want to go, make a reservation, pre-order, and you're good to go.
Okay, awesome. And then just to follow up, what if you don't show up?
Well, then that would be very similar to if you ordered takeout and then you didn't show up, or if you made a reservation and you didn't show up. It comes down to the same problem. I don't think that would be a huge issue because, reservations and takeout do currently exist and restaurants still operate with them, so we don't think that'll be a problem. But of course, we'll also try to create incentives to make sure that, okay, you have in fact the intention to show up, and with pre-ordering, you do pay on the app. So that by definition should be an incentive unless you just wanted them to make a meal for whatever reason like that. So.
Yeah, nice work. I had an opportunity to watch the video online, and I really did like that swipe feature, the social feature of connecting. And I was wondering, to go to market, to really test the assumption that this would work, if you could separate the functionality and only build an app that did the swipe to see if you could actually get users to use it for that reasons you're going through, and then just connect to an online ordering service that already exists, because lots of every restaurant has their own online service, right? Absolutely. And all you have to do is designate eating in or take out. So I was wondering, how do you guys think about this as testing the features and the premises?
Absolutely. And first of all, I'm really glad that at least one of the judges saw the prototype video because it didn't get to play. But absolutely, that's why we're trying to go with an MVP first, just to have the swiping function. One thing that's great is based on all the information that's on the internet now, we could have restaurants presented on our app without them actually being paying customers that have the pre-ordering function. So at the very least, people can go on our app, use the swiping function to find where they want to go, and then they can just use the traditional method of, you call or you just show up, whatever it may be. And then once we have our proof there that people love using swiping and that there's traction there, then we can continue rolling out more features.
So is that the path forward? Is that the roadmap of how you've been thinking about it?
Absolutely, because it's that was one of the dilemmas we had to deal with in the beginning. It's the chicken and the egg. Okay, you need users, but you also need restaurants. And so the solution is through beta testing, building traction by getting users to swipe on the app. And then once we have enough users, we can go to restaurants and say, look, we have a whole market for you here that we can offer, and they're already on the app. Now just by signing on, they'll be able to pre-order and enjoy even more. And what we'll plan on doing too, just to make sure we can advertise our pre-ordering, is say, as a user, you can request pre-order if a location doesn't have it. That way we can show our restaurants when we go to them and be like, look, there are already hundreds of people who said they would want to pre-order from you if you had our service. And then that also adds a little bit more balance to us coming to the restaurants and asking for to buy our service. Excuse me.
What do you see as your number one competitive threat, given that there's some real, massive players in the space and their ability to toggle and maybe just modify their existing application to offer these features, given they have millions of active users and an established distribution channel?
I definitely think our biggest competitive threat would be people like OpenTable, who are very well established and who have a lot of power and influence already. And that's where we've thought about that a lot, and that comes down to us, first of all, as a team, being well prepared to have a really good launching strategy and being able to scale quickly. That's why part of our ask is having somebody with expertise in scaling and being able to create that strategy. We also need a lot of marketing funding. But one thing I also do want to mention whenever we get that brought up is that OpenTable does have that angle of being a lot more cold, a lot more distant, and their brand image is very associated with that, because if you look at their demographic, there's a much more older crowd that uses their service, and our target markets are a much younger crowd. And so that's one thing. And then as Adam mentioned earlier, we are trying to roll out new features and new ways to engage the community, and that's something that's true to our core and our brand image. So for them to try to copy that, they'd have to shift a lot around that their current users are not really used to.
I think we're out of time for questions. All right, thanks, guys. Sorry the video didn't work, but at least one judge saw it. That's all that matters. All right. Good job, FUD. Sorry their video didn't play, but at least one of the judges saw it. So let's bring this up. All right, up next. Adam, your mark. Let's go. Full screen. How do we go full screen? Oops. Yeah. Page display. Trying to get you full screen here, Adam. There we go. Can't even say it. Go right, left, right, forward, backwards, and pull the mic out if you need it. Harrison, you've got your.
Thank you, Chuck. Hello, everyone. My name is Adam Yormark, and I'm going to be telling you all about this really simple thing called a focus flag. But first, before we get into exactly what it is, although you might be able to guess, a little bit about me. My name's Adam. I'm a Drexel grad. I graduated from Drexel pretty recently with a degree in business and engineering, a minor in technology innovation management, and a concentration in mechanical engineering, which you'll see kind of plays in a little bit here. It sort of came in handy. I've been lucky enough to work at some extraordinary companies, including ASML, which is a semiconductor photolithography company. It's very high-tech stuff. I worked in Apple retail for 2 years as an Apple genius, which gave me a really good insight into what is in the customer's mind, what customers use their products for. I've spoken with thousands of customers about how they use their devices, and as a side part of my job, it was very important that I know the world of consumer electronics accessories and how I might be able to make their lives a little bit better by suggesting a good product. I was lucky enough to have a wonderful co-op at Johnson & Johnson, where I was a data scientist. Towards the end of my co-op, I recruited a team of people to begin working actually on another startup which I worked on, which coincidentally, or maybe not so coincidentally, created mechanical devices that conveyed information. After I came back from my co-op, I recruited another team again, and I was lucky enough to land a position in Bayada for a co-op. So I did an entrepreneurship co-op at the Bayada Institute for Entrepreneurship, which really changed my life, learned a lot. Since then, after that experience, I've gone on and took a little bit of time and played around with a bunch of different prototypes and a bunch of different ideas, and eventually I came up with Focus Flag. Now, I've been working at Focus Flag for a little while now, and I've been lucky enough actually to be accepted into Cornell's Rev Ithaca Hardware Manufacturing Accelerator, which is very exciting, very prestigious, and they're working specifically with hardware companies to get their products to market. So let's dive into the problem. So the problem is very simple. It's that people get interrupted when trying to focus on the computer, and there's no easy way to let others know that you're trying to focus. Many of you have probably experienced this. If you have a private office with a closed door, you're probably less familiar with this particular problem. But it tends to be, you'll see someone on their computer during the workday, and you'll go up and you'll maybe wave in their face a little bit to see if you can interrupt them, and then they're on a call, you've already interrupted them. And then what's the point? You're trying to be considerate, but there's no real way to be considerate. And so what's the solution? The solution is a slim, simple flip-up flag on the back of your computer. It's a very simple, elegant way to broadcast availability. It's essentially a workplace boundary tool. So, here's a little demo. It's very slim. You do need 2 hands to take a computer out of a laptop case, though. When you need to be uninterrupted, all you do is take up your computer and just flip it up. And when you're done, all you do is flip it back down. It's very slim, sticks on, stays there, it'll outlast your computer, and you'll forget about it until you need it, and it'll be there when you do. So let's go into some customer validation. I opened up my online store for sales a long while ago, even before I had any inventory, and I got my first organic sale at around 3 in the morning. I was really excited to get that email. So I immediately refunded that guy because I didn't have enough inventory in stock, and then I offered him the opportunity to speak to me and interviewed him for 30 minutes, and I got some incredibly useful insights there. Since then, I've gone on to, Mel, I know you and I spoke a little while ago about testing in the co-working space. I've been doing that. It took 1 day for management to ask me about the product and request that they have some in stock so they could actually sell them in the co-working space as a product that they sell alongside like their food and drinks. I have an office in a small co-working space that's like a WeWork. And a wonderful thing about this is that I've been giving these out to people in this co-working space. Not only are they working in the co-working space, they're taking the product home as well and working at home. We found out that it doesn't work very well for kids under the age of 5, but above that it works pretty well. Another thing which I'll get into is that a very important customer from my perspective is promotional goods distributors. And so not so recently, but I found out that a promotional goods company CEO showed Focus Flag to one of his billion-dollar clients. I've been sending out a few samples to key people, and just the fact that he's willing to show this product to one of his largest clients was very exciting for me. And we've been discussing it, a letter of intent. The most recent contact with them was last week. So here are some identified customer use cases. These are actually little animated videos. Each of these it's about under a minute. And they really just will walk you through the specific scenarios where a Focus Flag could be useful. And this is just 4 of the many different use cases. It's great for when you're on a Zoom call, when you don't want to be interrupted, problem solving, when you're trying to meet a deadline, getting a project done before the end of the day, or if you're just trying to study for a midterm or a final. So let's go over the business model. So show of hands, how many of you have a pop socket on the back of your phones right now? Yes, 1, 2, there's a few of you. You guys have seen this, right? This little accordion device that goes on the back of people's phones. It's just a simple grip. These have been extremely popular. In year one, pop sockets made $240,000 in revenue, and they've gone on to sell over 150 million of these. And when you think about their business model as an adhesive electronics accessory, our business model is more or less identical. The only difference is that our customers are a little bit different, and the electronic device that we stick to is different. And these retail, this tiny little circular thing retails for $10 to $15. Similar price point. So with that, let's go into the market sizing. 42% of the labor force was able to work from home during the pandemic. That's 42 million people that worked on a computer at home. 35 million high school and college students in the United States. 40% of all computers are laptop computers. And when you end up doing all the math, it comes out to, assuming that you can sell a focus flag for $10 a piece, it's $410 million of potential real estate on the back of laptop computers. The average lifespan of a laptop in the United States is about 4 years, and because the focus flag doesn't transfer from computer to computer, just like a pop socket doesn't transfer from phone to phone, then you have about $102 million annually recurring of potential revenue in the market. So what are our sales channels? There are 3 primary sales channels. Obviously, direct to consumer. We want to sell through our own store, sell through Amazon, all of the standard places that you're all familiar with. But this middle one is the interesting one. The promotional goods market is extremely, extremely enticing for this particular product. And I'll go into that in just a little bit. Thank you. We also want to get into retail stores as well. And click. So let's go into why Focus Flag is an excellent promotional product. So this is a large branding surface area. This is prime real estate for marketing. You get given some sort of random product with a company's logo at a convention or as a gift as an employee, and it's an opportunity for that company to put their brand name out there, to put their company name out there, and to advertise. This is a billboard that is seen dozens of times a day by other people in your space. By definition, this is not going to be used unless there are people that are going to be looking at it. It improves productivity. So if you're talking to an employer that's going to give out a gift to their employees, there's a great argument for giving it out even without the logo on top of it. It's novel and fun. It's very oddly satisfying. I've tried really hard to make it very oddly satisfying to use. If you want to try out the white one in front of you, that's a very fun one to play around with. It works from working from home, a dorm, or an open office, really anywhere where you are working with other people. And it has an exceptional cost per impression when you think about the number of times people will view it and see the logo as compared to its cost. So early on, when I was speaking with this promotional goods distributor that I have a very strong relationship with, I asked them, can you give me a ballpark estimate? Just throw out a number. What do you think is realistic for what would be a sales number for year one? I thought that they would come back with maybe 20,000 units. He tells me 400,000 to 1 million units and up to 3 million, depending on if they reach some large sales. This blew me away. I was very surprised by this and very excited. But this is an estimate for year one, once we get sales scaled up. So production costs. I currently have injection molded inventory. The plastic focus flag that is on my computer right now and the focus flags that you've taken out of these black sleeves are injection molded. They are low volume aluminum injection molds that I bought from Proto Labs these molds have a limited lifespan, so we want to scale up to high volume injection molds. Those high volume injection molds, I've gotten a quote for those. This is for injection molding tooling This is the cost to produce these components, assemble them, bag them, pack them. This is all in except for fancy packaging, which I need to figure out. But we know that we can produce these for $3 a piece. This is a Connecticut-based US manufacturer. We know we could bring this down further. There are some similar products that are out there that kind of try and do the same thing, but they are either a flimsy 3D printed like flag that's like attaches to the side of your desk. I've bought all of these, by the way, and played around with them. This one on the top right is just a toy. The one on the bottom right is $45. It's driven by software and is just designed for desktop computers. The Luxafor flag is a Latvian company. This costs $41. Their website that says that they've sold 73,000 of them, which depending on who you're talking to is either a very small number or a very large number. But the point is that there are products out there that are seeking to accomplish the same thing, but they are either very poorly built or much more expensive or too complex. So why is Focus Flag better? What is our unique value proposition? We're high quality, we're simple to use, we're a tool, not a toy. It's always within reach. This is a very key component here. It disappears until you need it. It's always around. It's a very quick setup, and it's also less expensive. So I reached out to the creator of a Chrome extension that helps people focus. It's called Stay Focused. This extension has 600,000 daily active users. After a certain amount of time, it will kick these users off and show them an advertising page. I thought this would be a wonderful place to advertise for Focus Flag. So I've been building that relationship, and he's already signed up for our affiliate program. But after learning about our product, this is what he said, and he sent me this picture. He just happens to be the director of product management and global product strategy at PlayStation. And this is what he does at home to let his family know that he's working when he's on an important call. Just coincidentally also, even the color matches. This is just funny to me. So this is, clearly there's a need. He said, clearly I need your product. Some other good comments are, my first customer was Kenny Adadara, a software developer at Amazon, who found an interesting use case where he would actually use this for teams. It was great for getting teams to work together. I have a connection to QVC who says, you got something brilliant. It's a winner, it's a no-brainer winner. Really quickly, first to market, ready for mass production with the manufacturer ready. I have distributors waiting inventory, strategic marketing partnerships in waiting. I filed a patent for a patent and a trademark. And my IP team is actually the same IP team as PopSockets. So these guys really know what they're doing. We're gonna protect this thing as well as we possibly can. These are some projected revenues. We're using the low end of our first year projections. I have a clear action plan. I have 12 years mapped out on a detailed Gantt chart, and I have a strong team of talented remote contractors doing work when they need to do their work. And so I'm raising capital for 4 things. Production equipment, because tooling is expensive, assembly is expensive. First batch of inventory, international IP protections, which are also a bit pricey, and for marketing. And that's Focus Flag. Thank you very much.
Nice job.
Thank you.
And congrats on your progress so far. Have you raised money outside to date, or have you just bootstrapped this yourself so
I have
far?
been bootstrapping this myself, and I've worked part-time in the meantime to sort of keep this going.
And how much capital have you forecasted that's necessary to get through that detailed 12-month game plan?
For the next phase,
Yeah.
about 300,000, which I believe is a similar number that we went over once. Yeah. It's $105,000 for assembly. That's based on that one quote from that one manufacturer. I'm getting another quote soon. I imagine I can bring that down. For the first 50,000 units, it's it's $160,000. International IP to start is $20,000, and then I've allotted $15,000 for a marketing budget. The larger your marketing budget is, the more people buy your product. So that one can sort of just scale up as much as we want. But these are the large purchases for the next 12 months.
From a promotional perspective, colleges, universities, sports teams?
I'm thinking about all of them. I've been in talks with Drexel, actually. I'm hoping to get this in that little gift box that is given out to incoming freshmen.
And then who's going to do your distribution? The manufacturer? Or?
Well, I mean, I have connections to this promotional goods distributor that I've been speaking with. They're one of the largest promotional goods distributors in the country, and I have very good connections with them. And I would love to be able to tap into their network. They have the licenses and deals with many universities. I don't believe Drexel is one, but I would sell just directly to Drexel. I would handle that one personally. I also have, I mean, there are other distributors that I'm currently speaking with, but I want to focus on that one distributor that I have a strong relationship with first, just to sort of get the ball rolling.
Yeah, great progress on what you've accomplished to date.
Thank you.
So is money strictly the only obstacle you really have? So Baker Specialty says, you make them, I'll sell them? Or like, what's that relationship all about?
Recently, I've begun to run out of things that I can do. Money seems to be the only thing that's holding me back at this point, which is a big part of the reason why I'm here. Yes.
Have you set a evaluation ask for the capital you would raise?
I have not set evaluation. From what I've read, I'm not supposed to do that. I do have a certain amount of money that I'm looking for, which is that $300K, but I don't have a company valuation for you.
And then last, would you consider a licensing arrangement?
I did consider a licensing arrangement. Actually, that's what I initially pursued when speaking to that distributor, and they were surprised that I wasn't just going to become my own supplier. They felt that was the path that they were more familiar with, and that would be more lucrative from my perspective. And so I took their advice, and I've decided to just go ahead and manufacture this myself. I have a pretty good amount of knowledge in the manufacturing and engineering world at this point, so I feel like that's something I can handle. Yep.
With your pending patents and trademarks, do you have any opposition to that, or do you have a pretty clear path for those to be granted?
We did get an office action for the trademark about 3 weeks ago now, but that was expected. We're trying to trademark focus flag, which is a term that has been totally unused, but there is a slight possibility that they might consider it a generic mark. But based on the advice of these, it's debatable. Based on the advice of the attorneys that I'm working with, they say that they're optimistic, and we're also going to pursue other trademarks as well. Pop Sockets has trademarked both pop sockets and pop grip. So they were actually kind of going for two different phrases, and they were, I imagine, going to go with whichever one was granted, and they got both.
Great. Any other questions? Nice job. Thank you.
Nice job. Outstanding.
Thank you, Adam. Got all your stuff. Basil. Oh, yeah. Actually, while I'm here.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Great job.
Yeah, you got those are for you to keep. If you have any questions, my card's in the back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Make sure. All right, where's my mouse? There's the mouse. Oh, you want to use the clicker?
Great, thank
Back
you.
and forth. Harrison's going to be timer.
Right.
All good?
All good.
Judges ready? All right, up next, Basil Khan, type skip. You can pull the mic.
All right, guys. Any of you guys have a startup or an idea you're working on? Awesome, awesome. All right. You guys know the marketing is probably the hardest part. You know, you have a product, but you have to validate the idea. You have to go out there and you have to market it prematurely. So, 2.1 billion shoppers globally buy and sell e-commerce goods online. And out of those 2.1 billion buyers, only 24 million sellers fulfill those orders. And most of them aren't the Amazon and the Jeff Bezos of the world. They're small sellers looking to make a living in the competitive industry that is e-commerce. Now, 5 years ago, when I started my first e-commerce business, I found it very difficult to compete with these bigger brands that had huge marketing budgets they had agencies on their team, and they had, legal resources and all that kind of stuff. Now, I knew content was essential, and I knew I needed to compete with these people, but I didn't have a solution, and I knew there were other brands, other companies that faced the same problem. And that's where TypeSkip came in. TypeSkip is an app that allows you to use AI to write content for you. Now, getting good copy, getting good marketing material isn't easy. You either need to find sellers on Upwork that don't yield the best results, or you need to go out and hire a marketing agency, which can get really expensive really fast. Now, this is how TypeSkip works. Hypothetically, what if you could write a 1,000-word blog post in 10 minutes? What if you could turn a small description about your app into a full-blown blog post or paragraph that you can use in any of your marketing materials, plagiarism-free? So this is just a short MVP of what TypeSkip does. It turns keywords and one-liners about your product into description, ads, and more with one click. Now, I asked an e-commerce seller where a majority of her time is spent. And this is what she told me. 50% of her time is spent creating marketing content for her business so she could put it out there and make more sales. Now imagine cutting that time down by 90%. You have 90% more time to spend on other aspects of your business that can make you more money and a living. Now this is a quick demo of how TypeSkip works. This is the live app. You can visit it at typeskip.ai. So you give it a brand name, a short description, keywords you want to rank on Google for, and then you press generate. TypeSkip's going to print out 5 outputs of the best copywriting in the world in a few seconds. This is 100% plagiarism free. You can feel free to use it wherever because it's 100% uniquely generated. Now, the target market we're going for are e-commerce entrepreneurs. Now, a lot of e-commerce startups, they're new in the industry. Industries like dropshippers, which is a $110 billion industry, have a lot of newbie beginners that are coming in without any experience of how to write good copy or content that sells. These also include marketplace sellers such as Etsy sellers, Amazon sellers, eBay sellers, and more. And right now, the current solution is just outsourcing or going to platforms which give you shoddy copy for high markup. Or another one is learning the skill yourself, which can take years to master. And when you're wearing multiple hats, that's not really a possibility. But that's where TypeSkip comes in. Now, this is a conversation I had with a YouTuber that's pretty big in the e-commerce space. And when he saw the demo of the app, he said that he would recommend beginners to just use this instead of going and picking up 10 copywriting books because TypeSkip is trained using the copy from the best brands in the world. Have you guys ever been to an Apple website? How amazing is their copy? That's how they sell it to you. Sorry, just 1 second. Awesome. So these are a few more reasons why it's necessary to have an app like TypeSkip in your arsenal of tools if you're an e-commerce business owner. So around 1.3 million products are uploaded to Amazon every single day. And an average e-commerce store has around 500 to 2,000 products on their website. And with an average length of 400 words per product description, that's 350,000 words or 1,200 hours of manual work just in one store on product descriptions that could be spent in other aspects of the business. Now imagine how expensive it would be to pay a copywriter. An entry-level copywriter costs anywhere from $100 to $150 per hour. Imagine paying them 1,200 hours worth of work for one single store. And now imagine saving 1,000 of these hours to work on other aspects of your business, such as marketing, sales, and more. That's what TypeSkip does for a fraction of the price. So our subscription plan starts at $29 per month. and it scales all the way to $500 for enterprise plan. And since TypeScript is live now, we have over 100 paying customers that are on one of our plans. So with the basic plan, you get 20,000 words generated per month. You get a team member collaboration feature, such as Google Docs, where you can add team members to your website or to your account that can help you with the content creation. This is a feature we recently added due to popular demand and customer feedback. You also get 20 AI tools that are trained using the best copywriting models available on the internet. So we've taken copy from Apple, Amazon, all the biggest websites, and trained the AI to print out content similar to them. All of this you can try right now, 7 days free at typescript.ai. Now, this is just a quick roadmap of how we got here to this point. So TypeScript launched in June of 2021, and our focus back then was to validate the idea. I initially built TypeScript to outsource my content creation to VAs in the Philippines, because I would pay them $3 to $5 an hour, and they would get better work done for me than I would paying $100 on Upwork. So once we had the initial platform, we decided to give customers a test run. And we were surprised that people were actually willing to pay for this, because it saved them so much time and money. So once we got our first paid users, we moved to the second stage, which is the 100 users and more stage. So after getting 100 paid users, we were focusing mostly on scalability for the platform, because a lot of our initial traction was through word of mouth. People thought the idea was cool. They would share the responses that AI generated, and then they would come to us and buy an account with us. And we also wanted to capitalize on this virality feature by collecting a lot of marketing material and social proof of customers. And this is where winning the Startups Fund at the closed school really helped us, because we used the funding for that to create a robust platform that can scale to thousands of users without any issues. Now for the next 1,000 users, our strategy is to find new acquisition channels. Right now, a lot of the marketing is being done guerrilla through creating content, through my personal connections in the e-commerce industry, and through one-on-one calls. But if we find a way to automate and find new acquisition channels, I think TypeScript can take off in no time. Our goal is also to create new customer lists that we can use to find new customer segments and potentially target other customers. And our goal is also to find a product market fit specifically in the content creation or e-commerce sphere, because there's so many things TypeScript is being used for. But we want to hone down on one section and capture that entirely before moving on to the next. So that's our goal with the first 1,000 customers. Now, so far, a lot of the marketing has been done through me. I either created content and posted on Facebook and Reddit. I have a lot of background and experience in e-commerce, and I use that to create valuable content, and then I plug TypeScript at the end. So a lot of these platforms I've used to gain our first 100 customers, and now we're looking to switch to more paid media. So paid media, I've had a lot of experience with. I've spent over $2 million on Facebook ads, but I decided to withhold spending any money on TypeScript until I had a robust platform and a messaging that customers want. So now when we have that messaging, we have that platform, we'd like to move to scalable paid ads to gain more customers and potentially retarget them. So this is basically a highlight of how we're going to be using the funds. So the previous competition we won at Drexel, which was a startups fund, was used to build a scalable platform because we had issues getting a lot of customers on the app. And we were scared if it snowballs, then the app might crash and we might need to go 2 steps back. So we took a break, decided to build a platform that people can scale and use at scale. And now we're looking to develop the features that customers requested. For example, the last feature we developed was a collaboration tool such as Google Docs, where people can work in their regular workflow. So we're trying to bring people from Google Docs over to our platform that generates text for them instead of them having to write everything. So it fits within their natural workflow, and it creates text for them that Google Docs does not. So our other costs include maintaining the servers, There's a lot of processing going on in the back end. There's a lot of APIs we're using. So that's all part of the cost of the app being live and running right now. So far, our initial customers are supporting that cost, but as it turns out, we don't have enough money to add new features and make it the cool new hip app again. So our money is mostly going to be spent on marketing and maintaining the app and retargeting customers that come to the website but don't end up purchasing for some reason. Because from my experience, retargeting usually converts the highest. So this is a quick highlight of my background. So about me, I'm a CCI student at Drexel, I'm a senior, and I'm the founder of TypeSkip. So before being a founder at TypeSkip, I had an e-commerce brand, which I scaled to around $500,000 in revenue at the age of 19. And I quit my brand just so I can focus on this app because I saw it solved a bigger need in the market. So just being in the e-commerce sphere has given me a lot of experience, a lot of connections, and a lot of referrals that I've used to actually gain most of the initial customer base at TypeSkip. So along with me, we have a senior AWS engineer, Adil, who is a remote tech lead. Adil actually came on as a contractor, but he loved the concept and the app so much that he decided to work full-time with us to build it. So Adil is the founder of multiple content creation apps and SEO tools, and we're working on adding more SEO features now to TypeSkip so that people can actually use it for ranking on Google, getting SEO, and eliminating most of the SEO apps. We also have 2 interns being onboarded right now. So they're in the final stage, so I can't really give information, but they're going to be taking over the marketing so we can focus on the customer feedback loop and the optimizations of the product. So that's pretty much it for TypeSkip. If you guys have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Basil, very cool. Just curious, could you talk a little bit about the back end, the natural processing language, tools you're using, or how you're generating the code and
So I can't really talk too much about it, but we're basically using APIs and then post-processing their text to generate highly contextual text that you can use and then we're training those APIs on the best copy available. But apart from that, I can't really give any specific information because we're still in the proprietary stage.
Yeah, but are you using, GPT-3 or what are you using to generate?
Yeah, so we're using a mix of different APIs. So we're conducting post-processing on GPT-3 because GPT-3 is not something that I found to be very useful when I was building the early stages of the app. So we're training them, we're doing more post-processing to find the best outputs that GPT-3 generates. And we're mixing in different APIs to make sure that it's the best that it can be.
All right, so respect the fact that you have to ask questions you might know something about. What's your break-even point?
My overall?
Yeah.
Are you talking about one subscription, customer lifetime?
How many customers do you need?
Okay, so actually, funny enough, since I'm building most of the app, I am pretty much broken even after winning the Startup Fest competition. But now, we're spending so much on maintaining the app that we don't have enough money to expand to other user bases, to increase our user base. So we're breaking even right now, basically. The money we got from the initial 100 paid customers and the startup fund is enough to break us even.
Okay, but then you need obviously more capital and then build out. So then there's also a cross point at some point in the future, right?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
There's a cross point at the future as you go for more paid advertising and you continue to ramp up.
Right.
You're looking at your fixed and your variable cost, right?
Right. So our fixed cost is currently just the servers, the APIs, the post-processing resources. And with time, we've made the scalable architecture so that as we use it, the cost goes down. And so far, since we're not at a year old yet, I can't really talk about the customer lifetime value, but our churn rate is very low, so less than 10%. And that tells us that our customers are going to be sticking with us long enough to the fact that we're going to be profitable very soon, or in the long run at least.
You mentioned your proprietary technology. Do you have any plans to file any IP protection?
So that's one thing I've talked to a lot of tech entrepreneurs with. It's that it's hard to file IP on technology, but rather the design in itself. And that's so far the information I've had. And since it's proprietary, like we don't give out the code to anyone, it's pretty secure. So we don't have to worry about people seeing or accessing the code that much.
Do you have a 12-month budget in terms of where you'd want to be and what time to hit that 1,000 user subscriber base?
Right, yeah, so right now our customer acquisition cost is nothing because I'm doing most of the guerrilla marketing. But we've estimated to be at least $40, which, after 2 months of them being a user is going to be covered. So that's currently the customer acquisition. And this is through platforms such as LinkedIn Outreach, where we can give our VAs that send out messages, actually type skip, to print out the messages, increase efficiency, get more messages out, and then get more customers into the funnel.
Great, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
You did good. Okay, Chris Muth. Yeah, don't leave anything behind. Okay, let's get you set up as a clicker. Check the clicker, make sure it's forward, backward, get away. Oh, yeah, forward, backward, okay. All right. This should look good for a second. Yeah. Okay. And Wash Harrison down the bottom there. Right, yeah. Okay, all right. Sorry, but do a little quick switch out on power to make sure that we didn't get a blank screen again, so thank you, Tate. Okay, up next is Career Caddy. The floor is yours. You can grab the mic if you want.
Sure.
Just make sure you're speaking close.
Right. Hello, everybody. My name is Christopher Muth, and I'm the Chief Strategy Officer and co-founder of Career Caddy. I'm joined here on stage today by my brother and co-founder, Dawson Muth, who's our Director of Customer Success. Career Caddy's mission is quite simple. We're here to take the search out of job search. How do people find jobs today? There's really no simple and easy way to answer that question. There's so many different ways to go about it. I myself experienced this problem searching for my first co-op. I was struggling to find something that I was really interested in doing, so I started to invest a lot of time in finding an opportunity in my field of interest. After hours and hours, I wasn't seeing my search really yield any results, so I began to become frustrated. I mentioned that to my brother Dawson, and he said he was having the same problem while searching for an internship. The two of us reached out to a family friend of ours, Ambrose Regan, who has years of experience in the recruiting technology world, and we said, hey Ambrose, do you have any tips or tricks we can use and implement into our search process to make things go a little smoother? And he gave us a few processes, and we implemented them, and we started to see some results. Dawson and I got to talking, and we realized if we were having this problem, then our peers were probably having this problem. And if our peers were having this problem, then pretty much anybody searching for a job was probably having this problem. Because online job search is such a fragmented entity, there's no one place to go. There's thousands of job boards, little, small, big, and niche markets you can look to. And there's really no starting point. So when you're searching for a job, it's like, where do I even begin? The online recruitment market is a $13.1 billion market, and it's grown almost 18% between 2016 and 2021. And it's expected to grow another 13% in 2021. So that's a good thing for the market and the industry, but it's a bad thing if you're searching for jobs, because if this market keeps getting bigger and bigger, it's just going to become more cluttered, more noisy, and harder for people to find opportunities that they're looking to pursue. If you can get past all the clutter of the search and find an opportunity you'd like to apply to, this is a glaring statistic of online resume submission. Less than 25% are actually reviewed. So you could have put in all this time and effort, and it could yield quite literally no results. So Ambrose, Dawson, and I began to talk, and we thought if we can automate the processes that Ambrose mentioned to us, we could come up with a solution that combines technology and human interaction to provide a resource to people looking to match with specific job opportunities. So how does Career Caddy work? Career Caddy is pretty simple. You simply create a profile and you put in things like your LinkedIn, what jobs you're looking for, what industry you're looking to be in, what market, Philadelphia, Chicago, wherever it may be. And then from there, you have an intake meeting with our human resource, which we call the professional caddy. In that meeting, the caddy kind of gets a feel for what you're looking for, and then they use that to curate a specific list of jobs that is then sent to you, which you'll see here. So this list of jobs is curated for each individual customer, and it's sent to them, and then they're able to view the jobs and apply via the links here. Another key important factor of this is that they're able to rank the acceptability of these jobs, which you'll see on your far right, which means, was it a job they were looking to apply to and pursue? That's important for us because we're really trying to provide candidates with spot-on job opportunities to apply for and not waste their time, and really make sure we're drilling down and providing spot-on opportunities to what their criteria is. So caddy engagements, how do the professional caddies really help the job seekers? They're there to review resumes, make sure everything's up to status, and make sure that when job candidate reviewers are looking at your resume, it's all good to go. They're there to optimize your LinkedIn and make sure that it's professional. They're there to establish that job search criteria in that first intake meeting so that they can really focus on jobs that you're looking for. They measure the quality of those jobs before they send them to you to make sure that they're not going to send you jobs you would have no interest in applying to. They're able to pivot that job search if something changes in what you're looking for. They're there to help with interview prep and coaching you through that process, as well as coaching you through the cover letter writing process. And they're there through the whole job search process when you sign up for Career Caddy. So they're a resource to our job seekers. So our traction to date, we had a 50-person beta. 1/3 of those 50 people were experienced job seekers, and the other 2/3 were those looking for internships and entry-level jobs. We've now moved into our soft launch phase when we launched our careercaddy.me website about 2 weeks ago. And some key performance indicators from our beta is that of those jobs that were sent to candidates, they were 92% acceptable, meaning that when a candidate looked at it, they said, okay, this is something I applied to, this is what I was looking for. So that's a really important metric for us. And each candidate's provided about 40 job opportunities on average to apply to. So our business model comes in 2 flavors, the first of which being business to consumer. And that's 2 tiers. There's an entry-level tier, which is for internships, co-ops, and entry-level career positions. And this is a 35-day program, and it costs $485. Now that 35 days doesn't start the moment you sign up. That 35 days starts after your intake meeting with your caddy, after your caddy provides you with that curated list of jobs. That's when the 35 days begins. And it can be paused at any time for a week, because we know things come up and you need to take a break from your job search process or what have you. The other tier is an experience level. So this is about 1 to 2 years of experience up to mid-level executive roles. So this is a $775 program, and it's 65 days. And it has the same features. So the 65 days doesn't kick off until you're provided with that first list of curated jobs. And it can also be paused at any time for anything that you need to handle. The second flavor of our business model is education to business, or what we like to call E2B. We're hoping to launch our E2B platform by the end of this year, and we think that it can really help universities connect with employers because they'll be able to get data that shows where their students are being hired and where their future students will be hired. We also think that through this, we'll be able to help level the playing field when it comes to finding internships and entry-level positions. And in conjunction with the E2B model, we're really hoping to implement a student ambassador program where we'll hire some interns from Drexel, hopefully, and Temple, where Dawson goes, and get them to go out to their campus and really promote Career Caddy and explain like how hard the job search process is and how Career Caddy can streamline that and make it an easier process. So that's why our initial focus is really going to be on internships and the college market. We're in the greater Philadelphia area where there's so many universities with so many students that all face the same struggle of looking for an internship, looking for a co-op, or looking for a first-time job. So this is where that student ambassador program will come into play, and I think it'll be really exciting to see how that can grow Career Caddy on different campuses. So this is a metric that shows what hiring managers are looking for when people apply for jobs, first-time jobs specifically. You'll see there that internships is number one. So we really kind of think that this validates focusing on internships to start. So some critical assumptions. We really know we need to upkeep our customer service. This is so important to us, being that the human aspect of Career Caddy is really our bread and butter and our what makes us kind of special in terms of job search. So as we grow and scale, we need to maintain the same level of customer service. Second is to manage the data that we have coming in and the predictive analytics effectively, meaning as we get more customers and scale, we'll be bombarded with lots of data about these customers, and we need to effectively manage that so that it can benefit future customers. We also want to leverage successful Career Caddy clients. We think that the best way to spread is positive word of mouth. If a student has a great experience with Career Caddy, that's something they'll tell their friends about and hopefully generate some more customers for us. We are also, as I said, hoping to effectively implement the Career Caddy College Ambassador Program by the end of this year, as well as our E2B platform through universities in the area. We have a pretty unique team here, I think, made up of people from 3 different generations. Myself, the Chief Strategy Officer, so I handle things like brand image, social media marketing, strategy, and I'll be handling the Student Ambassador Program as well. My brother Dawson is our Director of Customer Success, so he handles customer service to a big degree because it's so important to us, and it's really what Career Caddy wants to focus on. So he handles all of that and making sure that the caddies have what they need to really drive success towards our candidates. We have a really experienced Chief Technology Officer in Gayleen Robinson. Gayleen has experience building 3 recruiting SaaS technology companies, so she built out the Career Caddy tech and will continue to manage it as we grow. And then our CEO is our friend Ambrose Regan. Ambrose has 23 years of experience in SaaS recruitment technology, so we'll really lean on that as we grow, and he'll be there to help us guide the strategy and make sure that the business is headed in the right direction in the industry. Thank you, everybody. It's been exciting to be here today to talk about Career Caddy. We'd like to offer the Drexel community, anybody that wants to check Career Caddy out at careercaddy.me, 20% off with the code Drexel. Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Maybe you could talk a little bit about the technology. I guess you're aggregating from all the different job sites, and then you're presenting a list of possibilities to the caddy, and the caddy kind of does the final refinement and sends it off to the individual. Is that kind of what's happening?
A little bit. So it's not exactly anything like job scraping. That technology's been around for a long time, and that's how job boards are populated. So we don't do that. So we basically created a job engine where our caddies can utilize. So we input our own deep data about companies and jobs, and then we use our user data as well from people that sign up for Career Caddy and how they interact with different applications and what they apply to based off their major, their interests, and things like that. So the caddies utilize it to provide the experience for the customer.
So I don't understand how you're pulling the jobs then into your database.
Right, so it's basically, they go out and we have our own database, so we're not pulling them from anywhere. We're just going out and we have company data and job data from that's all public information, but it's not coming from any different sites or anything.
So on the other side of the equation, what are you doing to make it attractive for the hiring company so they actually do read the resumes and the cover letter?
Right, so that's really where our caddy comes in. So this professional resource, it helps job seekers. Like a job seeker might not know various things about that process, about how a resume and application is reviewed. So the caddy's there to make sure that the resume is up to speed and make sure it's spot on for the job they're applying to and things like that.
but you then just send it into the HR department?
Right. So the links that we provide for people to apply to their jobs are through, their corporate website or places like that. So they don't apply through Career Caddy.
I'm not going to solve anything for you, but think about like some type of endorsement as a hirer. If somebody put that type of investment in to search for a job, that would be something that would be of importance to me.
Right. Yeah. So we're exploring the Career Caddy seal of approval on a resume.
What's your strategy for staffing the intakes through the Caddy professionals and your plan to make that scalable? Because it'll be a one-for-one cost. As you sign these subscriptions, you're going to have some assumed number of hours per 35-day or 65-day engagement. And how do you ultimately get any kind of base or variable cost leverage to make this, profitable as a subscription business grows?
Right, so the caddies can handle multiple candidates, so they're not just handling one at a time. So there's teams of two. So there's like a senior caddy and then a caddy below them. So they kind of are interchangeable and can work together, but they can also handle multiple people at one time. So it's pretty scalable in terms of adding new caddies to the mix because of the data that we have in the Career Caddy data set is pretty simple for them to go through.
And are you giving them a fixed cost per subscription so that the time that they have is properly indexed to your revenue so you don't go upside down on those costs per subscriber?
Right, so they're not charging based off how much time they spend with the candidate or anything like that. So it's per user.
And are you offering any kind of guarantees of performance?
We're not guaranteeing a job. So the idea of Career Caddy is we're not a recruiter. We're not placing you in a job. We're cutting back on that time it takes to find actual jobs. Because anybody that searches for a job knows you could spend hours and hours looking and you might not find anything.
Got it. And are you forecasting any kind of margin or return on those subscriptions?
We haven't quite yet, just because we just launched our soft launch about 2 weeks ago. So once we get more customers into the system, we'll have better forecasting for that.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon, judge and audience. How's everyone doing? Good? All right. If you love to travel, clap your hands. Awesome, you guys are awesome. I love to travel too. Today we're introducing Alaya Travel Companion app. Alaya means let's travel in Mongolian. I'm Nomin, the founder and CEO of Alaya. Today I'm with my co-founder, Ananya Mori. Travelers face common problem every day. 85% of Americans are stressed over planning a vacation. The number one is using 7 to 8 different apps and websites. 74% of travelers spend at least 6 hours to plan a trip because group trip planning, using different platforms, budget savings are top barriers. Today, 2/3 of the travelers rely on mobile apps during their trips. The solution is an app and web platform where all the users can earn money while getting all-inclusive services. Users can save money for their future trips and earn money on the go while traveling. Users can also share culture with locals and fellow travelers. Plus, you're getting customized itineraries. Our solution platform is fast, reliable, and one-stop service. Today, 2.3 billion of travelers travel in the US every year. If we zoom it in, over 6 million of people travel in the US a day. And our biggest competitor, TripAdvisor, gets over 5 million website visits every month. The US domestic travels total available market is 787 billion. And total addressable market is 3.2 billion. And Alaya can capture at least 10% of the market share, totaling 323 million within 5 years. Our company is focused on business to business, business to customers, and customers to customers. We're giving services to customers, we're doing partnership with businesses, and customers can give services to customers too. So how it works. Let me tell you a little story. One of my dearest memory when I was a travel guide many years ago. I went on a trip to northern side of Mongolia with 2 Dutch people to Ranger People Village. And we learned their culture and also lifestyle. And I saw the problem they're facing every day. Ranger people, they're called Tuva people. Their culture and population is going extinct because young generation and newlyweds are moving to big cities in the pursuit of money and better life. We, Alaya, can change that. We can help locals earn money and stay with their family in their tribal village. How it works. You can download the app and then do a brief survey and set up an account. And app will optimize 3 to 5 itineraries for you according to your needs. People can connect with locals and also fellow travelers. You can save money to the trip wallet automatically every week towards your future trips. And you can earn money by offering services or hosting or finding a work from local businesses. People can collaborate and vote on destinations with friends and families. You can do a quick journal for your trip, and also pre-travel checklist will give you an idea what to pack before the trip. Our business model is simple. We take 3% of each transaction, and we earn money through click-based advertising, subscription services, commissions, sponsored ad placements, and service fees.
Our target market. We at Alaya believe that age is no bar for traveling, and thus, we include all age groups, Gen Zs, millennials, baby boomers, everyone. 90% Gen Z, millennials, and 10% baby boomers use social media to find bookings, travel inspirations for their future trips. And of this, 61% use mobile apps, which is exactly what Alaya is doing. Most of our customers are looking for real-time flight alerts, itineraries, booking, and flight accommodations all in one place. We currently start in North America, and in the future, we are going to expand all over the world. Why the US market? North America is one of the most famous travel destinations in the world. United States in particular, and locations such as Las Vegas, New York, Miami, Florida are some of the most famous locations in the United States that we're going to focus on. So these are our competitors, and I know there are a lot. The travel industry is a saturated market. So I know you must be wondering, why Alaya? What is the need for another travel app? Well, here's your answer. At Alaya, we provide travel wallets, travel itineraries, trip wallets, journals, etc., which most of the other travel apps don't have, and most of our customers are looking for.
Why now? Now is the best time because travel industry is booming post-COVID, and there's a lack of efficient travel apps in the current market. And our platform is perfect for the people looking for ways to earn money on the go. I've had this idea for 6 years, and I finally finalized my idea this summer in June and formed a team and a company. Now our software engineers are developing the app. Our mission is to be the Earth's most innovative all-in-one central hub by enabling everyone to fulfill their dream vacations by our personalized service.
We at Alaya believe in sustainability, and we want to leave a zero carbon footprint behind. So to reduce the carbon footprint of our customers, we're going to partner with local ENGOs, which are environmental non-governmental organizations, and in the future, we're going to invest in renewable energy projects.
Alaya is your travel companion app, provides your personalized service that focuses on special interests and unique travel experiences using AI optimization. Our team consists of 5 driven, passionate, young individuals, including me. I'm a junior at Drexel University, majoring in entrepreneurship and innovation and chemistry. And my co-founder, Ananya, is majoring in entrepreneurship and innovation. Our tech team consists of 3 guys. Michelle Byersingle is software engineer and AI developer. He's currently working in a company that produces self-driven AI cars. Boyoung Orgil is software engineer, AI backend developer. He's currently working in one of the biggest banks in Mongolia. Yondun Jamskanzorig is our front-end developer, UI UX programmer. He's currently working in investing firm. With Alaya, travelers can complete their trips well-planned, stress-free, and organized. Alaya, earn money while traveling. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It's good. Looks like you're trying to do a lot. What's the first 1 or 2 features that you're really going to try to bring to market?
Yes. So we have 20 features planned, but when we start, we'll have only 3 key features that are social media integration, booking, and also trip wallet. And we'll gradually add the other features in the future.
And then your subsequent look, how are you going to keep current on your the events, the places that you would suggest them to go to, and what's the quality that you would maintain? Is it based on their survey responses, the social media aspects? What are you going to do?
Could you say that again?
So think about where you're suggesting things on their itinerary as they go on a trip.
Yeah.
How are you going to make sure that those are of the quality that you need? Is that going to be based on their surveyed response, their social media contact?
Yes, according to people's survey, the AI will optimize the places and possible places they can check in their itinerary. And they can freely add and drop places in their itinerary.
So you mentioned that, nice job. You mentioned that you were currently in app development.
Yeah.
What's that life cycle look like? When do you think you'll have an MVP to launch? And what do you think your first year will look like in terms of application development and, subscriber base?
Yes. So the website will be ready up and running by May 2022, and we're planning to have over 100 quality users in June, and our app will be ready in March 2023, and by August 2023, we'll have over 10K users.
Great, thank you. I'm also curious about, you mentioned that you were going to invest in renewable energy projects. Is that a give back? Is that some kind of tie-in with, ESG goals or social responsibility relative to your company's mission, and how would that play out in terms of customer engagement and a value proposition to create stickiness with your clients?
Yes, so we're investing in 2% of our revenues to those sustainable projects, and so we're trying to raise awareness for travelers how to travel sustainably, like by promoting green hotels and then airlines that are supporting sustainable world. And yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Should I just put the mic?
That's fine. I'll log out of your Canva for you. Just log out of that. Okay. So we have one more presentation. Thanks to the top 5 finalists. And so, like I said, some years we do 5, but the past few years, well, I didn't do last year because of COVID, but we did. We've done the wild card presentation. So our selection for the wild card presentation, please be ready to come up. Attention, because I know there's students here that are not sure. Is going to be Paige D'Angelo. Paige. And again, congrats to everybody that applied this year, and I hope that you're here and learning something. So let me get Paige's presentation. View, full screen mode. Clicker, left, right. Clicker, right. And speak closely into the microphone. You can pull it out if you need to. Okay. The floor is yours. You have and keep an eye on Harrison for the timing.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Paige D'Angelo. I am the founder of Air Cosmetics, and thank you for choosing me as your wildcard presenter today. Air Cosmetics is the next sustainability breakthrough, redefining the cosmetic industry by introducing the first ever patent-pending dissolving mascara tablet. This tablet is a simple solution, yet effective, to reducing the carbon emissions produced in cosmetic use, tools, and production. Now, where is the problem? Plastic is one of the most persistent and toxic pollutants on our planet, as we know. There are, in America, 106 million daily mascara users. Mascara only lasts 12 to 16 months after opening it. So therefore, theoretically, there are 212 million mascara tubes being thrown out into landfills every single year in the United States alone. Now, these containers are not easy to decompose. They take up to 500 years, and they release a harmful greenhouse gas called methane that is prominently linked to climate change. How long will it take before we hold the cosmetic industry accountable for producing an irreversible amount of climate change effect? Now, why the makeup industry? So currently, the makeup industry has a huge sustainability effort. It is almost a social mandate for cosmetics to create products that are vegan, cruelty-free, and organic. Beauty influencers are decluttering their stock of cosmetic tools and replacing them with more sustainable options. Makeup artists are being required by their clients to use products that are vegan, cruelty-free, and organic. Sustainability in the makeup industry is finally being taken accountable, and Air Cosmetics is at the forefront of this movement. The cosmetic industry is consistently growing. In 2019, the industry generated $380 billion in sales. It is projected by 2027, the industry will generate $463 billion in sales. So cosmetics is where you need to be right now. And with the product that we have and the drive, Air Cosmetics is ahead of this curve. Introducing the dissolving mascara tablet. So with research and development, I formulated this tablet that is a mascara formula. It is soluble in water. How it works is when water is applied to this tablet and mixed with an applicator, it becomes a mascara substance, which is then able to be applied to your eyes. The formula is vegan, it is cruelty-free, it is organic, and it has ingredients that promote eyelash growth. The tablet itself is also currently patent pending. Now the container is no longer plastic mascara tubes. This is 100% silicone. Why silicone? Because silicone is durable in cosmetic use, you can wash it, and you can reuse it. So how it works is you place the mascara tablet into the detachable tablet tray. You attach it back to the container, wet the applicator, and use mascara as you normally would. The tablet lasts for about 4 weeks, so it's not every day that you'll be replacing this tray. Now the wand is a crucial detail in cosmetic production. At the bottom of the wand, you can see those bristles. That's called a spoolie. I have decided to use a 1/4 inch spoolie because it is figured that the smaller the spoolie, the better it transfers the mascara formula onto your eyelashes, the better results for the mascara wearer. So here's how it works. As you can see, this is the actual prototype of the tablet. You apply the suggested amount of water, mix the tablet with your applicator, apply it to your eyelashes as you would a normal mascara, and the final product speaks for itself. As you can see, the right side of the eyelashes are voluminous, they are lengthened, they are natural, and they are buildable, which is huge in cosmetics, to build upon the mascara. Whether you want a natural look for the office or a glam beauty look, you can do both with this mascara. Now, why the cosmetic industry right now? So, it is known that most women have at least more than one mascara brands and mascaras in their makeup purse right now. The leading brand, Maybelline, sells one unit of mascara every 2 seconds. How can I successfully insert myself into this economy, into this industry? The first step and the first target is beauty influencers. Beauty influencers right now decide whether or not a makeup product is successful or if it is a failure. Leading company Morphe actually strictly uses beauty influencers for their products. They allow the influencers to create the product, use their brand, use their name, and sell the product for compensation. So really, beauty influencers are directing and running the cosmetic industry. I myself am considered a macro influencer. I have over 320,000 followers across my social media platforms. Over the last few years, I've done countless amounts of brand collaborations, brand sponsorships, and promotions, and I know what works in the algorithm and what does not. I've even partnered with cosmetic brands, so I can see on the forefront how marketing is so crucial in beauty influencers. Now, I plan to sell in a subscription-based method. I'd like to talk a little bit more about that. But first, one of the partnerships that I would like to implement in my company as soon as I begin generating sales are climate change organizations. Not only are we trying to sell mascara, we are trying to take carbon dioxide out of our atmosphere. I've done research on the climate organizations in the United States, and I have chosen Giving Green. Giving Green is an organization that focuses specifically on taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So once I start generating sales, I would like to partner with them and dedicate a portion of my sales to their movement to help take this carbon dioxide out of our atmosphere. Thank you. Now, subscription pricing. So I plan to do something that's never been done before and sell my mascara with subscriptions. I can make one mascara tablet for 10 cents. I plan to sell them for $3 to $5 each, with the initial packaging being $15. The annual gross profit, thank you. The annual gross profit for one customer annually should be $214 to $238. Now, how am I going to get these customers that are out of my own influencer circle? So I've created an online quiz. It's an interactive ad, and it'll show up on your social media pages. It'll direct you to what kind of mascara package you should be using. It'll generate a customizable subscription to my dissolving mascara tablets that the customer can right then sign up for. I also plan, since this idea and function is patent pending, to grow this company so that every single cosmetic tool is using my dissolving tablet. I could create concealer, eyeliner, lip liner, lipstick, everything you name in cosmetics I want to be creating with this dissolving tablet. Now, where is the funding going to go? So first, I would like to get my first order of silicone containers, and the minimum for that is $8,000, and that is the first thing that I would like to do with the funds currently. I would also like to officially become an LLC, and to file for that, it costs about $130. And as I mentioned earlier, PR and influencers are a huge part of my campaign. I would like to send this product to customers themselves, to beauty influencers, so that they can create a genuine relationship with my dissolving mascara tablet. Instead of just being told what to buy by the influencers, I want to give everyone the chance to develop a relationship for themselves. So I would use $3,000 of the budget to send out packages to people and let them try it out for themselves. And then, of course, I would love to develop a team. Right now, Air Cosmetics is the first to the market. It's reusable, it's dissolving, it's never been done before. The convenience of it, it's contactless, it's subscription-based. I've never seen on-demand mascara or makeup for that instance. And of course, the incentive and the goal mission of our company is the eco-friendly. We want to reduce plastic waste and carbon emissions for our company. Air Cosmetics is ahead of this trend. It is a social mandate to move in a sustainable direction, and we are paving the pathway for companies to do so. So currently, it is just me. My name is Paige Lee D'Angelo. I am 20 years old. I am studying communications, entrepreneurship, and meteorology. I'm a beauty influencer myself, and a makeup artist, and a dancer. I'm also working on this company full-time right now as my co-op. I would like to open the floor to any questions you might have.
How did you come up with the name Air, and does it have any significance or meaning?
Yeah, so AER, air, is air in Latin, and I wanted a Latin-based name, something that is earthy, original, to emphasize the idea that our planet was here before we were, so we must respect it and clean the air.
Thanks. And you filed for some IP. The beauty market is pretty vicious, as you know. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of mega players out there. And do you feel, at least in these early stages, that your ideas and brand and so forth that you're filing for are adequately protected, or at least on a pathway to be so?
Yes, so definitely a great question. So with cosmetics and any kind of formulas, perfume, they are unlikely to be patented, the actual formula, which is fine. But the design of the tablet tray and the processing of the mascara tablet is what is already passed a few green lights to be patented.
So when you look at it, do you say your value proposition is the quality of the tablet, or is it the environmental kind of aspect of it, or is it equal?
Yes, I would definitely say it's equal. I created the brand because of the need for climate change accountability in cosmetics. So that came before I thought of the dissolving tablet. So I would say that that is the ultimate premise of this company, is the sustainability efforts. but the quality of it is definitely unequal. I myself am a makeup artist, so I am very critical on the quality of products, and so it's very important to me that that upholds to my standard.
Nice work.
Thank
With
you.
325,000 followers, you have huge influence. And obviously you must be making some ad revenue from that also. So I guess to be part of the incubator, it's not about the money. It's just about exposure to, experience and know-how, or what's the main reason here?
Yeah, so I mean, exposure is definitely the first thing that I'm going to focus on, but to get there, the money would come in with the product, the production, distribution. Right now, I am looking for a cosmetic chemist to finalize my formula, but for that, I would have to pay someone. So that's where the funding is coming in right now. But I do have a leg up when it comes to the marketing because I have a platform myself that I can do for free. So that definitely does help and saves me some money. Thank you.
Thanks, Paige. Congrats on being the wild card this year. Okay, we are going to move very quickly because we are a little bit behind schedule, but not terribly. But we're going to move very quickly into the next segment here. So I'm going to ask Debbie. Debbie, can you get our judges situated? So judges, if you guys can find Debbie up here. If not, Debbie will find you. And we're going to have the judges to go off and confer for a few minutes. What we're going to do in the meantime is we have a very cool game. And so I'm going to ask Melissa to come up. We also have some remarks coming from last year's winner, Mike Warshawski from Wolf Financial. So we'll do that in a few minutes. But first and foremost, what's that? Oh, the poll. Yeah, actually, whoops, where is the poll? I don't have the poll. Do you have the poll? Do we know who won the poll?
We don't know yet. It's open now.
Oh, the poll is open. That's all I need to say. The poll is open. Okay, if you can't find it, it's on the Hop-In platform. So we're going to play the music now. All right. So now. Okay. Whoops. Where is your... Oh, I need to bring up the slide for that. Hold on. Start fast. Friday's... What did I say? Friday slides. Here we go.
All right, take this.
All yours. Okay.
Okay, welcome. Can I have my student contestants up on stage? Zach, Harrison, Yutsev, Paige. Have a seat. Okay, so have you guys watched Who Wants to Be a Millionaire before? Never, okay. Well, the way we're going to be playing this, Chuck, can you switch the slides? Now. Okay, how the game works. So we have 4 contestants who are going to be asked a series of questions. Each round is going to increase in difficulty, and each round is worth a dollar amount, with the most difficult question being worth $40. They have the chance to ask for help. They can ask a friend in the audience to help them, or they can ask the general audience for help, or we can reduce the questions to 50-50. We also have a little bit of a different twist to this game because we are an entrepreneurship school, and that is if somebody doesn't answer a question correctly, another contestant can jump in and answer the question and win the money. And you do that by hitting this little yellow bell that's in the middle of the table. What's that? Yep, it works. Also, they're not going to lose the money. So if they answer a question incorrectly, we're not going to penalize them like they do in the game. So let's get started. Let's go to the first question, and we're going to start with Paige. Paige, What was the most downloaded app of 2021? Correct. All right, hold on, Chuck. We're also not going to do this in order. So we're going to go to Utsav next. Did it go off again? Hold on a minute. Yep. Who is the 90-year-old actor who was invited by entrepreneur Jeff Bezos to explore space, the final frontier? Was it A, Gene Hackman, B, Betty White, C, Mel Brooks, or D, William Shatner? Utsav?
Mel Brooks?
Nope. Harrison?
William Shatner.
Correct. All right. We're going on to Harrison. Which of the Kardashian entrepreneurs is the wealthiest? Is it A, Kylie, B, Kourtney, C, Kim, or D, Caitlyn?
Kim.
Correct. Okay, Zach? What is the nickname of Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary? Is it A, Mr. Amazing, B, Sir Spectacular, C, Mr. Wonderful, or D, Professor Prudent?
Mr. Wonderful.
Yes, correct. Good round. Okay, now we're going to move on to our next round of questions, which are worth $10 each. Okay, this is for you, Paige. Before taking flight, what type of business did the Wright brothers own and operate in Dayton, Ohio? Was it A, the Wright Flyer, a local coupon clipper? Was it B, a textile mill located along Stillwater River that manufactured material for the making of kites? C, a gift shop that sold wind vanes, wind chimes, and wind socks named The Right Stuff? Or D, a shop that fixed printing presses, bicycles, and other machinery?
Is it B?
No. Harrison?
D.
It is D. Good job. Okay, next, Utsav. Which burger food chain was the first fast food restaurant? Was it A, White Castle, B, Burger King, C, Geno's, or D, McDonald's?
McDonald's?
Nope. Paige?
Burger King?
Nope.
McDonald's.
Nope.
White Castle.
Correct. By process of elimination. So Chuck had a really good point. You can use your lifelines. Don't forget. So I'll give you a chance the next round. If you can't get it, I'll say, would you like to use a lifeline? Okay? All right, let's go on to the next question. Harrison, what is the name of the Swedish activist who has galvanized students to become climate activists?
Greta.
A, PewDiePie. I worked hard on these answers. B, Alicia Vikander. C, Greta Thunberg. Or D, Greta Garbo.
Greta Thunberg.
Correct. All right, let's go on to the next question. Okay, Zach. MLM is a controversial strategy for the sale of products where the revenue is derived from a pyramid-shaped compensation system. What do the initials stand for? A, multi-level marketing, B, market leveraging messaging, C, monetary linking model, or D, measure loss management?
Multi-level marketing.
Correct. Okay, so let's go to the next round for $20. Paige, on average, how many businesses does an entrepreneur start? A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 4?
I'll go with 3.
Wrong.
4.
Wrong. Stop. We can't do the process of elimination, but Utsav, you said 2, so you're correct.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. I'm remembering. Okay. So, who is considered America's first entrepreneur? Is it A, George Washington, B, Alexander Hamilton, C, Ben Franklin, or D, Thomas Jefferson?
Jefferson. Me?
Who was it? It's you. No, it's Utsav.
Jefferson.
Incorrect. Zach.
Franklin.
Yes, Zach, you are correct. It is C, Ben Franklin. Next question is Harrison. Department store giant John Wanamaker changed the face of retail by doing what? A, posting prices. B, installing dressing rooms. C, hiring greeters for the front door. Or D, establishing a layaway purchase incentive.
B.
Incorrect.
D.
What did you say?
D.
No. We have one more. We can't do this process of elimination. Does anyone else want to guess? All right, let's ask the audience. Why don't we try asking the audience? Okay, so I'm going to ask, when I say the letter, if you could clap if you think that's the answer, and we'll determine by the level of clapping. Is it A, B, C, D? Okay, well, this isn't Walmart, so it isn't C. The correct answer is A, posting prices. Okay, let's move on. Nope. Okay, this is Zach. Who revolutionized the music industry by becoming the largest guitar manufacturer after a humble start as a radio repairman? Was it A, Orville Gibson, B, Leo Fender, C, C.F. Martin, or D, Anastasios Epiphones?
Where's Professor Salas? Is he here?
Oh, is he here?
No.
No, no lifeline. Would you like to use another lifeline?
I need a lifeline.
Or you can use a 50-50 or a audience.
Yeah.
Yep, correct.
I love you.
Good job.
Wait, so do I split it with him?
What's that?
Do I split it with him?
No. Okay, let's move on. Okay, Paige. Which restaurant was the first to introduce the concept of franchising? Was it A, Arthur Treacher's Fish and Chips, B, The Pancake House, C, Howard Johnson's, or D, Hooters?
Is it D?
No.
B.
No.
A.
No, sorry, no, no one got that one. It is C, Howard Johnson's. Okay, let's move on. Okay, for $25, a business, this is you, Utsav, a business can claim climate neutrality when its greenhouse gas emissions are A, lower than average, B, environmentally balanced, C, non-existent, or D, net zero.
Net zero.
Correct. Okay, good job. Let's go on to the next one. You guys, this should be pretty easy. Heirloom Markets is a local market that focuses on fresh, local, or organic foods. Its parent company is A, Wegmans, B, Giant, C, Whole Foods, or D, Price Chopper.
Giant.
Correct. Which of these musicians started a clothing line called Yeezy? Was it A, Pharrell, B, Kanye, C, Drake, or D, Eminem? Harrison, was it Harrison or
No, it's me, right?
It's Zach's, okay.
Well, it's Kanye, but now he's referred to as Ye, so.
All right, cool, good job. Okay, so our final round, each question is worth $40. Paige, which country boasts the most entrepreneurs per capita? Is it A, Ecuador, B, Ireland, C, China, or D, Russia?
$40.
Is it Ireland?
It is not. Harrison?
Ecuador.
Correct. It is Ecuador A.
That was hard.
Okay, next question to Utsav. During the pandemic, many countries pledged that the money they infused into their economies would go to boosting a green economy by investing in businesses that help the worldwide fight against climate change. That did not happen. Instead, they mostly pumped money into polluting industries and energy sources such as coal, oil, and natural gas, creating a blank economy. What color is blank? A, gray, B, beige, C, black, or D, brown?
I'd like to use a lifeline, 50-50.
You want to use a lifeline?
Yeah,
50-50? Okay. So we're going to take away gray and black, and we're going to leave B, beige, or D, brown.
Brown.
Correct. It is brown. All right, next question. Okay. Oh, yes, for 40 bucks. Harrison, the hit show Shark Tank was inspired by what show? A, Great Britain's The Dream Investors. B, Japan's The Tigers of Money. C, Italy's Vasca dei Squali. China's Do You Think You Have a Great Idea?
I'd like to phone a friend.
Okay, go ahead.
Jacqueline.
Oh gosh.
A.
Incorrect. Anyone want to steal it? Paige.
Is it D?
What did you say?
D.
Incorrect. One last chance.
Is it C?
Nope, it's B. Japan's The Tigers of Money was the original Shark Tank. Okay, so let's move on. This is the last one, right? Zach, this is you? Oh no, who is this? Whose turn is this one?
Wait, is this you?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the number one reason that most businesses fail? Is it A, an undefined business plan, B, marketing mistakes, C, hiring the wrong people, or D, lack of capital?
Wait, so what's the lifeline is if...
You can do 50-50, you can do poll the audience, or ask a friend.
I'll do, if the audience gets it wrong, do I...
You don't have to take it.
I'll do, erase 2.
You want to do what?
Like
Erase
erase
2?
two.
Okay. So we're going to erase marketing mistakes and hiring the wrong people.
Oh, lack of capital.
Correct. Awesome. Okay, so thanks for playing our game. Thanks for watching our game. And next thing we're going to do is we're going to have the announcement of the winners of our incubator contest.
Thank you so much.
I'll let you know how much money you need.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So while we're waiting for the judges, I see Mel, so it sounds like we have decisions. It sounds like we have decisions. That's great. I'd like to call up last year's winner. It's something that we traditionally do every year. It's called the winner from last year's competition. And this year we're calling up from Wolf Financial, Mike Warshawski. They've had an amazing ride over the past year, and I would love to hear from Mike and the story and the journey you guys have gone on over the past year. So, the floor is yours.
Getting spam calls. Hey guys, first off, I'm just gonna put it right here, make life easy. I wanna say, I think that everyone who competed today, first off, congratulations. You did a great job, and whether or not, if you win or you lose, you should be proud of the fact that you actually came up on a stage and presented. Personally, I'm a little jealous. When I presented, it was over Zoom, and I was presenting to a screen with a little camera, so it was a lot easier to be composed. It was a lot easier to have my notes and to be clear as I spoke and direct. But for everyone that came up on stage, I'm a little jealous because you had the opportunity to actually put yourself in front of people, have that feedback, and have that ability to watch as people are either engaged or not engaged with your conversation. So it takes guts to stand up here and do that. So, good job to everyone that did that. As a quick, recap of what happened with Wolf over the past year, it's been quite a journey, and for anyone who was lucky enough to actually be in the institute with Chuck and take some of the classes over there, you probably learned something that I didn't get to learn, and I had to learn it the hard way, or it wasn't taught to me, which was the idea of success and the idea of understanding what your goals are. See, if you're working as hard as you can for something, right? We were working almost 15 to 20-hour days some days, yet there were days where we felt like we were achieving our success and we were doing phenomenal. We were raising lots of money, we were hitting our goals, and it was great, but there were days where we didn't feel that way. And that's because our definition of success was consistently moving and changing. So if you're working as hard as you can for something, yet you have an inability to feel like you're hitting your success, it's probably because your definition of success is wrong. And you should probably reevaluate that. And so that's what we did when we've been looking at our recent success. And unfortunately, we did that after spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And but we learned a lot from it. And not to say we didn't achieve anything along the way, but where we are now is we have begun to pivot a little to more of a B2B focused model. And along the way, people will tell you something about your idea, and you'll assume that their perceptions of your critical assumptions are right or wrong, and especially if they're in contrast to what you have established as the truth behind your critical assumptions. If you don't take the time to honestly sit back and review their feedback, odds are you're probably going to have the wrong definitions of success. And to an extent, that was the case with us, where everyone was saying we should take our proprietary technology and turn it B2B focused instead of internally and spend hundreds of millions on marketing to grow our own platform. So that's where we're moving now, is to focus more on, yes, keeping our social platform, yes, keeping our trading platform, but also moving to take some of our phenomenal B2B proprietary technologies and bring that towards the overall financial markets and selling directly to existing institutions, which in the short term might be a little harder, but is cheaper and makes a lot more sense, but is fundamentally in contrast to the initial critical assumptions we had laid out for ourselves. So over the past year, since I competed in the competition, we've learned a lot. We've shifted a little, but it's all based in that understanding that you need to reevaluate consistently what your definition of success is if you feel like you're working as hard as you can, yet you're not achieving that level of success. So that is the advice that I impart to you.
Perfect, thank you. Awesome, good job. And best of luck as you guys continue on your journey. Nice job. Okay, just closing remarks here. Melissa, can we track down the certificates and the checks for the winners so I can present them? That'd be helpful. Just a quick reminder, anybody who's familiar, some of you are already familiar with students, but Startup Tree is the platform we use for managing everything that we do here at Drexel in terms of our competitions, program applications, mentoring requests, just general information, resources, job postings, all kinds of cool stuff like that. So if you're not already on Startup Tree, especially as a student, make sure you set up an account there. You get notifications on upcoming programs, events, and other cool things that are happening around Drexel Entrepreneurship. Again, many thanks to our sponsors, Univest as our headline sponsor again for the 5th year in a row, and then Session Guardian and Graphite, new sponsors this year, and then our in-kind sponsors for services, which will be part of the prize package for our awardees, Morgan Lewis for legal, GMS Sargent for accounting, the Klein School of Law, the Entrepreneurial Law Clinic for entrepreneurial law services, and then Argyle Interactive for marketing. So again, many thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to everyone that put this program together. We work on this hard. We start in the spring. It takes a lot of work. So Melissa was just running the game. Melissa has really ran point this year on all aspects of the program and the competition. She left the room, so she probably doesn't know I'm thanking her. But thanks to Melissa, then Logan and the team at Argyle Interactive, and Zach Kaiser is here taking pictures and videos all day. And then Debbie, our longtime standing assistant director of the Buyout Institute, who just keeps everything on track. Thanks to all our speakers and panelists today, our judges, the closed school faculty and staff, some are here. Again, thanks to everybody that's helped support the program. And to all our student volunteers, Harrison, great job on the timing. You've got a future in that, so good job. If you're not familiar with the Buyout Institute, it's our startup incubator. It's really our physical space where students work out of every day, working on their startup idea. You have Paige is in the space, Harris is in the space, some of the others, Basil's in the space, many others in the space that work on their startup ideas every day. And we have a great community. We do content workshops, coaching. We run all of our competitions through the Buyout Institute. And then we just really work hard to try to connect our students to the resources on and off campus to really help them be successful. And hopefully we see more and more great things in the future. We've already seen many great things, and hopefully we continue to see more and more great things. Congratulations, we had a fast pitch competition yesterday. We had about 17 students do a 2-minute fast pitch. If you were there, that was great. You saw that. If not, we had our winner, was Andrew, and I forget Andrew's last name, but apologize for that. But that's a great opportunity for students just to pitch an idea, and we do that a couple of times a year. And sometimes the fast pitch leads to bigger things and bigger competitions down the line. So congratulations to Andrew. And then to Steve Earth, if anyone was in our session this morning about the Low Code Innovation Challenge, Steve had a really cool idea that the Graphite team worked on to basically put together over the course of the day yesterday, and actually building an app in real time. And that was a lot of fun to see that and hear how that worked out this morning. So congratulations to Steve at the College of Computing. I'd like to call it Mike Heimer for just very brief remarks. Mike is the president of Univest. Univest, again, has been a headline sponsor for this event. It really makes a lot of things that we do possible. I'd like to have Mike come up, and then we'll announce the winners.
Thanks, Chuck, and thanks, everybody. We're just thrilled to continue to be a sponsor. Every year I come up here, well, last year, the exclusion, but just to say how impressed, all of the judges and myself are with the presentations, the quality of the thought process. So it's just a pleasure. We're glad to do it. Congratulations to everyone. It's a fantastic presentation, and you're all winners. Keep continuing to drive ideas forward. I'm sure you'll all be successful. So it's Friday. It's getting late. Thank you very much.
Good. Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate it. You and your team and the UNOS team that was here the past couple of days, many thanks for being here and spending your time with us. Okay, actually, so real quickly, the poll, I don't have the ability to post it up there, but the poll, overwhelmingly, who do you think should win is FUD. So quite interesting. So it's just, doesn't mean anything in terms of a prize, but that's what you guys thought. All right, so our prizes, and then we'll wrap it up here. So we have, I'll ask the teams to come up when you hear your name being called up. I have no idea. I'm going to be reading for the first time and hearing for the first time. So third place, $5,000 in cash, residency in the Biata Institute, GMS Surgeon, 1 hour of pro bono accounting consulting services, and Argyle Interactive, 10 free hours of marketing services. So the third place winner of the 2021 Biata Institute Incubator Competition is, that's the wrong one. That's not the right one either. Melissa. Debbie. I got it backwards. Third place, Focus Flag. Zach, where do you want us? You get the big check. Okay, second place. All right, got the right one. $7,500 cash, residency in Biata, 2 hours of accounting services from GMS Surgeon, and a reserve slot in the next entrepreneurial law clinic. That's a great service provided by Drexel's Law School, where they take third-year law students that are supervised by lawyers and faculty members, and for free service, basically help students with their business law and other aspects that they need in terms of help. So the second place awardee for the 2021 Biata Institute Incubator Competition is Paige D'Angelo. Paige. And a wild card. Good job. We're doing these pictures. I don't have to smile this year. Okay, last but not least, first place, $12,500, residency, Morgan Lewis, legal services, up to $2,500. Morgan Lewis is a great in-kind sponsor of this event. They're a great law firm, and they're very supportive of the Philly startup ecosystem, which is really amazing. And then 3 hours of pro bono accounting services, consulting services. So first place, 2021 Incubator Competition. And just remember, whoever's called up, you've got to be up here next year to talk about the journey that you've been on over the past year. So the winner of the competition this year is, looking around. Type Skip, Basil. That Biata next to Harrison. Thank you, Mike. Yeah. Thanks, Mel and Brian, again, for your judging work today. Thank you, everybody. That is it for our program. Come us, visit us in Biata. You're going to see Basil's poster up against Harrison, so good job, and we'll see you again next year. Thank you. Okay.